Testing, testing, testing. Hello, hello. Okay, let's see what happens. Mike. Hello. Okay. All right, let's see if sound works in game. Let's play. Why? Hello, hello. 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 Okay, no, better. Goddamn bears. What's this?
Bluetooth connected.
These skills will be shown on screen, talked about, as well as showing their maximum damage output while wearing cloth armor and the highest specialization levels. This is the fastest possible start for new players for the newest Horizons patch of Albion Online. I'm going to teach you how to get early freebies when registering your first time to play the game, the best settings and the best client to use. We are not using the Steam client. More on this in a bit. How to skip weeks or 4 to 6 hours if you're an experienced player of grinding by using the journal quests. We can skip straight to tier 6. I'll show you how to do it. And want to level early, and if you want to do all the content in the game, I'll give you recommendations on that. How to secure early silver and never go broke, so you always have a fallback in case you have a bad beat or you lose everything in a full loot zone. How to level up as quick as possible with 0 losses and 0 risk in time or silver. How to earn passive silver and play the game on easy mode where you just log in massively. This is what we want to get. This is the thing. This is our chase right here. This level 70 reward. And if you want to know how much fame it is, well, let's see. It is technically 1.5 million fame, so about 2 hours away at our current rate. All right, since we did some safe zone stuff, why don't we do some full loot stuff once again? This time, well, we have to work towards it. We don't have it quite unlocked yet, but there's a couple ways to work towards it. And we need reputation. And once we get reputation, we can go to a city called Brasilian. And in that city, we will be able to always go into a full lethal mist without having to hunt around for it in a full loot zone. But until then, to unlock it, we're just going to use Invisibility Shrine, take a random area out into the black zone, and we're going to enter the mists. And we're going to go do some mist stuff for a little bit, which through thorough testing, not only from several other users, doing the mists is like one of the better profit/fame gains. And also, the mists are tailored for a solo play experience, kind of, sort of. You will encounter extremely highly geared players because it's so safe for them to roam around in absolutely high-tier gear. They will crush and kill and destroy you. That's why I swapped to this cheap-ass set. It's only worth 33,000. So we have 1.7 million on us, so we can afford to die multiple times. And we'll see how we do. But we're just going to cruise around the black zone here with our invisibility and, shield up. So we can... Oh, what's this player doing? Wow, this person's in tier 2. This is a free kill, I think. I think that's a free kill, so I'm going to try to kill him. I'm going to get off their screen just a little bit. I'm going to uninvis, switch my boots to run speed, which it's already at. I'm going to run directly at them and try to murder them. That could be bait, though. And again, their gear sucks. It's not worth killing them over, but let's see if they're still standing there. They are. Let's go. Let's get them. All right. Let's I'd have puddle equipped. Oh, excuse me. I can't even kill a tier 2 guy. Wow. Yeah, that was bait. Look at this guy. He's gonna run at me now. I don't have the right skills to kill. Yeah, that guy was pure bait, dude. Or maybe he wasn't. Maybe he's just as startled as you or I would be that someone decided to target. I didn't have the right skills. I should have held him down with Desecrate. I should have swapped my Q to this, and I could have gotten more turf stacks on him, but I guess he wasn't bait because his friends didn't come murder me, so we're good. So we are an outlaw for 3 minutes, so we should probably get into a mist and forget all about that attempted murder there. But hey, that's part of the fun, right? Our gear wasn't really tailored to running that dude down anyway, but it's still fun to try. If he was AFK, hey, you got a +1 kill on your kill feed, which currently we don't have any kill feed people, right? Anyway, let's get in the mist. Here we are. Here's the mist. The wisp. So what we need to do is, in order to get you have to build the and to do that, we just clear camps and rescue wisps. Speaking of rescuing the wisps, there is one right here in need of our aid. So, all we have to do is kill the enemies around the stage, which I have to wait for my shield to cool down, so that's what I'm waiting on. But yeah. And I do have puddle equipped, I know, puddle sucks for PvP, but anyway, we're just gonna kill these bad boys, and they're pretty easy to kill. They don't give a lot of fame because they're guarding a cage, by the way, so they don't got the fame. And then you just left click the cage and you'll untie them and they'll float away. And that gave us 701 reputation. If I go to my stats page, you'll see that we have a neutral standing with Brazilian, and we need 15,000 reputation to become friendly. And once we hit that reputation, we will then be able to enter Brazilian. But until then, it's a grind. We're going to go open cages, and we're going to do little camps. Like, this is a camp. It's just like the ones that we've been doing on the open world. But when you complete it, you also get reputation. So I'm going to go ahead and complete this one real quick. We're out here. We should go to multi-size. We have the puddle. That's why we leveled up getting the puddle, so we can here. There we go. So killing these two guys mostly completed the camp. But again, remember, the mists are a dangerous place. And people can roll up and kill us. A lot of people feel very safe here, so they wear very high tier, very expensive gear. But also, one of the coolest things about being a curse stack user, which we are, is we are a very scary rat here. You can run up to someone, maybe not so much with these boots, but with soldier boots we could, and we can kill them or finish them off or give them a potion and run off and die. And that could be a huge loot pile for us to go and pick up, later when it's safe to do so. So yeah, it is absolutely good. So let's definitely get to that. We earned 280 points. Let's see. That's probably going to scroll off. 1,490 reputation for clearing this small camp. And this is just a small crafty camp, right? Also with a blue chest. And the chest should be just as lucrative as the open world. I'm not entirely sure. We're going to stay on a factory with little testing. And let's go and pop this bad boy. And that is 11,000. Not the best. But it's something. It's okay, it's something. There's a bigger camp up here. The medium and larger camps will get better rewards if the chests are rare enough, and they'll get more reputation. But yeah, we're just grinding rep, and also when you're not inside of a camp and you're not near a cage, the enemies give pretty decent fame. So let's look at the fame, not from this little rock throwing guy, but this cutthroat guy here. Let's see how much fame he gives. Also, those are tier 7 soldier boots. Holy crap. So this guy gave 5,166 fame and 1,500 silver. So it's just as good to fame farm here as it is the tier 6 yellow zones, kinda, sorta. It's just you're dealing with full loot. But again, any kind of mob that's guarding a cage, they aren't going to give nearly as much fame. So this archer is only going to give 3,800. So boo. Now you can also build rep in the yellow zone mists. It's not as lucrative and it will take longer, but it is something that you can eventually say, oh, there's a fight. Whoa, there's a fight. This guy is he's dismounting me. So he put me in combat. Oh, that's probably one. This is I think I know who this is. I'm kind of curious. Yeah, that's that's one of the top PvPers in the game. I'm gonna go check Twitch. Actually, I'm gonna go. Dude, why are they running at me? He used me as a speed bump to boost away. Oh, is he getting away? Did he make... He escaped. Oh, he escaped. Now, granted, I could have gotten my mount killed and finished that dude off and got his stuff. I'm checking Twitch real quick. I want to see if that's one. No, surprisingly, it wasn't. It was a copycat. But you saw that guy had 8.4 death givers with 120 spec. When I tell you there are juicers in here running around murdering people, I'm not joking, okay? So expect to absolutely die to those guys. But, man, if I was in a ratting mood, I could have killed that carving sword guy. Oh, boy. Here's a claymore. Again, people are going to be running all over the place doing fights and stuff. And who else is here? There's... I couldn't inspect the other... Oh, they're chasing. He's using his boots. They're fighting. And again, you could just sit here with a cheap-ass set, especially when you're maximum spec. Like I said, if you're you know, max spec like my character is, you can pick off a lot of people that are wounded and take their gear. And that makes millions very quickly. I want the cages. I don't want to fight this guy who is hovering at the edge of my screen the entire time. So, again, I won't be able to do that camp. There's way too many geared, dangerous players hovering around it. So, this is just something you should do in your free time when you feel like it. And Brazilian is another separate... Oh, that guy just died. What? Yeah, that guy just died. I can't loot him because I did not kill him. But there's another fight going on. There's fights everywhere. It's the Death Giver guy again. He's coming at me now. And, or maybe he's going after this dude. I don't know. I just want to loot that body if it's lootable. And no, he's camping it. And lots of action in the mists. It's a lot of fun when you have the specialization for it, but when you're a new player, coming here is just asking to die and donate your loot. So I'm just gonna go to the yellow zone. We go to the yellow zone mists, and if you get down in the yellow zone mist, you just get booted out of it. You still lose durability, but you don't have to wait 3 minutes. You just get booted out. You can go back in, try again. Right? It's not so bad. Yeah. Let's get back to town and find something else to do, I guess. All right, we'll do a little bit of rep farming in a yellow zone mist this time. Now, if you enter the mists any tier 6 yellow zone, it'll put you in the black zone, so be careful with that. I don't know if that's intended or not, but there is no camps in this mist. So we're going to leave. That was a rock gathering mist. Ew. There's nothing there to do. This is a Halloween dungeon that's only during October and early November. We'll just go to this mist instead. Again, we'll just run around the yellow zone until we find a good mist. See how much rep we can form, see how much difference it is between the yellow and the black zone, just to give you an idea of what kind of risk versus reward you can expect. So here we go, we got a big camp. Now again, if you get down in a yellow zone, you just get booted out, you take a durability hit. So I'm wearing the 4.1. Let's farm a glowing mob. This is a tier 5 glowing mob. Let's see how much fame he gives. It won't be nearly as much as the black zone, but it should still be okay. Again, this is like the toppest of tier that you can fight for a glowing mob, right? Not a boss monster or mini boss, just a glowing mob, a champion as they call it. 5.4k with 1.2k silver, so not terrible. Not terrible, I guess. It's all right. You know, if you're wearing the 5.3 gear set, that thing would be smoked easily. But again, it's okay fame down here, and as a new player, you need to be constantly fame farming anyway, so you have to constantly be killing this stuff, so you might as well make these little pit stops and smash everything you can that's an actual mob. Like that small archer with 2k, not the best. Again, the cougar here, it's a skinnable mob, it's not for fame, that's 4.9k. It's okay. Also, there's a helmet drop there, I guess. Steal the poor soldier's helmet, alright. So let's go to this big camp here and clear it and see how much rep we get. It won't be as much as the black zone, sadly, but it'll be something. And there won't be 8.4 murder hobos running around trying to kill everything that moves. But there will be 8.4 that will down me. I have one of them, so I don't really spend much time in yellow zone. I have no reason to be there, but when I get bored, yeah, I'll go down people. And that's part of the fun. I leveled up. I deserve to get to use my gear on people that haven't leveled up yet. But hey, I'm giving you the keys to the kingdom on how you can level up, so, it's only a matter of time before we're equal, right? That's how I see it. You put in the time, you get to use the time, as they say, right? I know that's not the saying at all, but that's the new saying. Okay? You put in the time so you can do the crime. Yeah. It's like some kind of mafia boss saying. I don't know, man. All right, but we're gonna clear this camp, and yeah, these take a little bit longer to clear, but we're just gonna melt the mobs down. And you can see in 4.1, I'm able to take on multiple enemies here. Well, hopefully. I mean, they are kind of whittling me down here. I might have to kill just 2 and run away. Yeah, we'll just kill those 2 and run. Okay, because those archers, man, they hurt. They hurt so bad. But hey, look at our progress. I'm going to cut to the part where I finish this. All right, so completing the camp gave 1,698 reps, so it's an okay amount. There is a player here who is tier 6 dual swords. Don't really want to fight him, but I do want to loot the chest. It's a green chest. I'd like for him to leave. I'm just gonna test it. He might jump me and knock me out here, but yeah, the repair bill's nothing. We got 5 green tomes and 1 red tome. That's new. It used to only give like 1 or 2 blue tomes, so... Also, there's a chance here to escort this turbulent mist in 1 minute. And that'll give us some rep. It'll give us a lot of rep. And if we did it in a black zone, it'd give us a whole lot of rep. Like 14,000 or something. I forget exactly how much. But this is a PvP event, and people do fight over these. Hopefully not in a yellow zone. But we'll see. I mean, in 40 seconds, we'll find out if someone's going to come yoink it or not. But again, just opening these little cages. Also, there's an enemy here that was hiding behind the cage. But opening these cages in a yellow zone, they're not going to give us much rep, so let's see how much it gives. 291. Yikes, not that good. But again, it's risk-free. That's to be expected. That's normal. So here we go. Going to get another 291. And again, you're going to do this until you go to your stats page by clicking your avatar, scrolling down, until this turns into friendly. So I'm 10% of the way there, which, again, you just bang this out after an hour or 2. It's not so bad, especially if we can get this. No one's here to yoink it, so we might have our chance. So this is a green one. It's not the best, but we have to escort this all the way across the map. And we can't use our mouse. We have to do it on foot. And while we run there, we are PvP flagged, so everyone can beat us up. Now, we can't drop this wisp and run the hell away. But, okay, what is this guy? He's PvP. Okay, that's a 7-3 longbow. Masterpiece. Why is he master? He got downed by the mobs? I could just down him right now. I could go execute him. Literally, no, he's rescuing the wisp. Never mind. He might come after me to steal my wisp. I'm listening. I'm looking at his health. His health is regenerating very quickly. He's out of my sight range, so he's not pursuing me. He's minding his own business, which is rare. The people sometimes are nice in yellow zone mists. Lucky for us, he's nice, because we couldn't kill that dude. He could just push his E button, and we're dead. I mean, it's a 7-3 masterpiece. It's basically a 7-4. It's basically an 8-3 in terms of power level. But yeah, let's pop some boots. Let's get this wisp rescued. And you can see that this is a lengthy process, and you have to weigh if you want to be doing this or not in order to unlock Brazilian, which you should. If you haven't played and you don't have a main character, you definitely want to go to Brazilian and hang out there. You can go to the main reason is you can go into a random roads portal. It just shoots you in the middle of the roads of Avalon. It won't be connected near a city. It'll just be a completely random one, possibly deep in the black zone. There's no way to tell. So if you want to farm Roads of Avalon content, that is one way to get there. It's a safe way to get there. It's a reliable way to get there. But again, it's a bit of a grind to unlock it, and when you do, it just makes things easier. You'll see like all the PvP streamers, they just kind of hang out in Brazilian all day long. And I don't think you can turn this in with minions hitting us. Let's see. Yeah, it interrupts it. So we're just going to de-aggro the Cougar, the Mist Cougar, and turn it in. So how much rep does this give in the yellow zone with a green? Only 923 rep. Yikes. But hey, we did a mission, which gave us a silver bag. And that is 50k silver. So it's worth doing it at least once, I guess. Here's a cool reward. Reach the reputation level noble. That's 100,000 bag of silver right in our inventory. Big payday there. All right, it's the final push to Tier 8 Elder Reaver, and we have 9,000 faction points, which means 200,000 from this chest. There we go. We got the 200K in the tomes here. We're going to go ahead and pop those immediately. And how did we do it? I think we got Elder Reaver unlocked. Just waiting for that pop-up while I saw. Also, I picked up a couple random stats from the small jaunt I did in a Tier 5 yellow zone. But yeah, we got some bags of silver, and go ahead and quick sell this stuff. That's 95K. We're at work. We have 2 million liquid right now. That's crazy. All right, the set we're wearing is worth 1.5 million. We have 3.5 million silver. And yeah, we've been playing like 10 hours, but again, like 1 hour got the break, the other hour was real iron and stuff. We have 100K right now. This is basically our backup set if we want to do some full loot, or if we want to do some gathering. We have that set taken care of. And I'm just going to open it and see. So we are very close to Elder Adventurer. That's 6 million. That's to where or to ride the Tier 8. You know, again, we could do that today. There it is, Elder Reaver achieved. So what does that mean? What does Elder Reaver achieve mean? Now we go to Tier 8 zones, and we deal full damage to the enemies, and we have full defense against them. It's great. So you are no longer barred from any part of the game, or, you know, restricted in any way. You can go to Tier 8 zones, start killing crap. Which they're pretty far away. It's not something you'd want to do, because, again, you still want to build up that wealth. You still want to build up your finances. And let's talk about other systems in the game now that we're decently high level. You know, 63, we're so close to level 70 here on the Cursed Beam. That'll help our farm speed. But yeah, we're making our way through the game. It's only the first phase. Never know. So here is how you would continue your PvE journey from here. So, or what you would be working on as you go. You would eventually get to 100 mastery, which you know, a little over halfway right? To unlock Tier 8 equipment. Then you want to get to 100 specialization to have more item power with that equipment. Then you want to get the entire weapon line to 100 specialization so that you can have even more item power to whichever weapon you want to use in that weapon tree. And that is something that will take quite a while, or is very expensive. So it's a grind. Now, for your gathering continuation, you're going to continue gathering until you have enough learning points to learn and unlock the Tier 5, 6, 7, and 8 nodes. Then you're going to buy the full set for each tier as you unlock, and then sell it afterwards when you have the higher tier available. But at Tier 8, you're eventually going to get a Tier 8.4 Skinner Guard, an 8.4 Crit Candle, and an 8.4 Weapon. And then you one-shot all the skinnable mobs that you can farm, and this will allow you to massively speed up the skinning game. Then you just repeat the process for all the other gathering nodes. You don't need 8.4 armor for any of the other ones, though, but just flat 8 is going to get you that full gathering bonus. But yeah, that's the gathering grind, and you're going to make a bunch of silver doing this. And yeah, up front, the gear, you know, does cost silver, but you're going to make it back incredibly fast. So, and, you know, once you replace one tier with another, you just sell it and you make nearly all of your silver back. So it's like you're just limiting silver from you. So the PvP pass is your maximum spec, and with millions baked away, tucked away, ready to spin and blow, you can then learn to fight other players. You'll be able to dunk on the lower tier geared players or low specialized players. And the more you die and play, the more you'll learn and the better you'll get. So it just takes a lot of silver, money, and time. But you'll get there if you truly care or want to get there. And yeah, some people are just better at MMO games than others. But, you know, if you put enough time and money into it, you can need to die running around the pool, jumping on everybody in the mission. Until you get ratted by gold speed or a first staff like me. So now that you know what to do, how to play, and how to progress, and how to get money, and how to level up in the most efficient ways as possible, let's talk about crafting, because this game is a crafting game after all, and a lot of people, a lot of uninformed people don't realize that the crafting game in Albion is very brutal, and it's not something you should really pursue for the most part. So think of it like this. Let's use a real-life analogy. Let's say you want to make a chicken sandwich in real life, or you just want to eat a chicken sandwich. So what do? You go to Chick-fil-A, and you order a chicken sandwich. That'll be $5. I don't know how much they cost. I haven't had one in years. But you go to Chick-fil-A, and it sounds so good right now. You You order the chicken sandwich, they have it to you in about a minute, and you eat it, you're good, you're happy. Well, when you're playing Albion Online and you're the kind of guy that's like, I'm going to craft all of my gear. So you're the guy that's going to go out into the wheat fields. No, not even that. You're going to scoop up seeds out of dirt. Oh, these must be wheat seeds. Then you're going to plant them and you're going to grow them. And then you're going to find eggs and hatch the chickens and feed the chickens the wheat you're growing somehow. After all this time, and eventually your chickens grow up. Now you have chickens, you have wheat. Okay, now you need all the other stuff for bread. So you got to get some yeast. So I don't know where you get yeast in the real world, but I guess you scoop some of that up out of the dirt. I don't know where it comes from. So you got your yeast and your wheat and your chickens. And now you're going to need pickles. So you got to go find cucumber seeds and grow those. And then you got to pickle them. So you got to make vinegar, which is, I don't even know how to make vinegar. But this is months of work. And then you're going to craft yourself a chicken sandwich and eat it. And it's, truth be told, it's going to be way more expensive. It's going to take a whole hell of a lot of time. And it's not going to be as good as Chick-fil-A. Let's just be real, right? So that's what you're doing in Albion Online when you're like, I'm going to craft my own gear. And yes, it does actually come out to be just as similar. So that curse staff we've been using, you know, this one right here, let's say you want to craft it. Well, you're going to need cedar planks and you're going to need titanium steel bars. So you're going to have to chop the wood, refine the wood. You're then going to have to take your refined wood and do the metal too and refine the metal. Then you have to go to a crafting station and then combine them and level them up enough to be even able to craft this in the first place. And you know what's going to happen? When you finally do craft this item, it's going to be worth less value than the raw materials that you had. And it's going to end up costing you more silver, time, effort, energy, and money, all to have your name as the crafted by. So look at this. This staff was crafted by a guy named Botex. You want to know why Botex crafted this? Because Botex, most likely, I don't know the guy, but he probably has a guild hideout in the Blackstone, all the way up here, in those little hideouts we saw earlier, like these little things. So he goes in here, it's a max level hideout with all the power, and he gets a massive crafting bonus. So it costs him way less to craft than it will for you to craft. And he's feeding the guild stations. The guild stations are all goofed up, and he gets a huge return bonus, which he then sells to the shop at barely above what it costs for him to craft. But you don't have any of those resources. You cannot craft and get and make a profit unless it happens to be like a bonus day. Right now it's cloth armor and crossbow, and they're not even 20%, so there's no profit there. The thing is that every crafter in this game has squeezed so much, like, pennies out of everything that is crafted just about, to the point where the normal player without a guild or a hideout cannot even imagine or expect a profit at all. Almost everything crafted is at a loss, just for the sake of maxing out the crafting levels. A lot of people that max out their crafting aren't doing it because they're making money. They're doing it to level it up all the way, which is going to cost you several hundred million to do per node. And I tried to do this myself on my main character. I tried to be a bow crafter, and I spent months chopping wood and refining it and transporting it and crafting war bows. But as a multi-billionaire player in this game, if I wanted to max out bows from 0 to 100, it's going to cost me like 350 to 400 million if I do it fast. If I do it slow over the course of months, you know, getting the best deals and crafting it as slow as possible to try to squeeze every penny out, it's about a 4-month job, and it'll cost me about 35 to 50 million. It's still going to cost me. I'm still not going to make a profit. And so there are a few things in this game that you can craft that actually are worth crafting, and that would be food and potions if you can afford to level it up. Food is the cheapest thing in the game to level up. You can level up every single one of these nodes for a combined cost of 111 million. And once you have it leveled up every single day, you can log into the game and spend about 15 minutes a time getting the food and prepping it and cooking it and selling it. 15 minutes a day to make 2 to 4 million a day. Now, if premium costs 28 million and you're making, for 30 days and you're making 2 million, well, you make 60 million. So you're making essentially 1 million silver in 15 minutes, which puts it at the lowest rate at 4 million silver an hour, which is really good. considering that, how we're struggling right now to make silver. So if you want to become a chef, it is one of the only things that can't be controlled by hideouts and cartels. I haven't even mentioned the cartel. Every server on Albion has a cartel that controls the economy and controls all the player shops. And I'm not joking. This is not some made-up boogeyman. This is a real Discord full of sweat lord spreadsheet turbo nerds who want to control the economy of the game, and they do so by keeping a stranglehold on the crafting stations publicly available to players. And I could make an entire 2-hour-long video just about this, but I'm not going to. You're going to have to take my word for it. Do your own research. Almost everyone will tell you the cartel is real, they do exist, and they are out to get your money. That's the whole goal. Is money is power, and it's true. It can buy anything in the game. You can buy fame points. Skip the grind. You can buy anything you want. Infinite gear, resets. Those guys they don't PvP, they don't PvE. They just collect money, and they probably sell it for real money, which is against the game. Terms of service get you banned. So don't do that either. But, yeah. That is crafting in a nutshell, the dark truth about crafting. You should avoid it as much as possible unless you are really, really, truly dedicated and you've done the math and the research and you're truly dedicated and ready to go. And anyway, yeah, crafting, not a good idea for new players to focus on. Don't worry about crafting. Let's talk about how armor works, because I didn't explain this at the start of the videos because I didn't want to overload you with information. I just want to give you the juicy bits so you can level up and make money and then worry about this crap later. There are 3 armor types in the game. We are currently wearing leather armor, which is the ideal armor for anyone who PvPs, anyone that does Zerg vs. Zerg guild shit, and anyone who is in an extreme sweat lord try hard. But also, it is for them, okay? So the 3 armor types, you have cloth armor, and when you wear cloth armor, you deal more damage. Yes, you deal more damage, but you also receive the most damage. And it's a lot. It's quite a bit. Now, when you wear leather armor, you deal an okay amount of damage, and you deflect an okay amount of damage. It's the middle ground armor. It is what will keep you alive in PvP from being 1 or 2 shotted or immediately blown up, but it will lower your physical and magical damage. It'll lower your overall damage by a smidgen. Not too much over cloth, but it's a noticeable amount, okay? Like, if I cast a spell at this potassium Rico guy, and in cloth armor I get 2 of his health bars, in leather armor I would maybe deal 1.5 bars, I guess. But if I'm wearing cloth and EXP, I'm losing 2 health bars. If I'm wearing leather, I'm losing 1 health bar. Okay? Now, then there's plate armor. Plate armor gives you 0 bonus damage whatsoever, but it gives you a tremendous amount of defense. So, if I did the same attack with plate armor, I would maybe take into a slither of 1 of his health points, right? Whereas, if I'm wearing plate armor, even cloth, you're going to maybe deal a smidgen of my health bar. Or maybe at least half of a health bar, because he's in cloth. I don't know. It's very defensive, but no offense whatsoever. And that only applies to your chest armor, not your helmets and not your boots. Your helmet and boots are basically just accessories, and because they have different passives. So the cloth accessories, both helmet and boot, have an offensive passive called aggression. It gives you more damage and healing. Whereas the plate one gives you full defense, increases your defense. You're only really using your helmet and your boots not for the passives, but for their abilities. So they're interchangeable. What's most important is your armor. Your armor is where the majority of your health and defense comes from. The plates, boots, they have slightly more defense by 2.4%, but it is very negligible and not noticeable if you're wearing cloth boots versus plate boot.
to another one. Different one? Okay, 2007. Nice try, Dick. Down, dickhead. Boy. Wow. Oh, 40 times. Okay. Listen. Let's take this shit fucking over. Holy shit. Lord.
I have lots to train. My pleasure. Bye, selling. Come again. Have a look. See you later. Welcome, friend. Got everything? Local goods. My pleasure. Don't be shy. trade? See you later. I have lots to trade. Come again. Have a look. Made a profit?
Nah, nigger.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Elon Musk knows China. He has a factory there. He goes all the time. He spends time there. He should know how China is able to do this. Big problem for Musk, though, and maybe we can close on this, Scott, is he runs a big, big monopoly called Tesla. And one of the things that Musk does not have the luxury or the desire to take advantage of is industrial policy. China has a lot of, which is government backed. So in China, high-speed trains, they're all produced by state-owned companies. The electric vehicles were not produced by state-owned companies necessarily, and industrial government policy which incentivize their production, which allows production and the lowering of their prices, so there's more of a consumer base for them. Well, Elon Musk has produced all these Teslas, but not a lot of people buy them. So you can breathe. And the car, it's like being in a fighter jet. All the advancements of the space stuff. It's a Chinese car. I'm like, what the hell's going on? I mean, is there an American with it? It's like, yeah, I can't this kind of stuff. But I was driving around these Chinese cars. That's the guy. I didn't like it. It's like, I like it. He said, of course, people say you look it on the back of the Mercedes because people all around want to go around the Mercedes and so we realize how good these cars are. Yes, yes. Chinese, let just think about that. I was very impressed with the advanced models of the Chinese cars. Again, they were electric cars. Yeah. Yeah. And I think the reports are now that Russia's car industry is, actually, there's been a record number of cars bought by Russians over the past year. 40+% of them, I believe, are Chinese, and the rest, 17 to 20%, are Russian. And then, of course, the other brands that are still being sold there from the outside. But yeah, but yeah, this goes to show we are in a rapidly changing world, Scott. It's going to be very interesting to see how the Trump administration 2.0, Trump 2.0, manages this. 40 years is a long time, and a lot of changes are still yet to come. But thank you everyone for joining today. It looks like Joe said the battery swaps take 3 minutes. Stations are filled in regardless. No, a very changing world. And again, America could interface with this world in a constructive way. We have a lot to do. Talk about America. We're not a
Bluetooth disconnected. Bluetooth connected.
Unit that's blocking the roadway, Allied Communications, Unit 201, is aviation is trying to get on the airport.
So, Mike 1. And the 4 boats are going, and they're operating on TT Mike 1. EMS 381, you copy? Okay. I'm here with Battalion 474 also. They're going to corral and get the 4 boats ready, and I'll let you know when they're deployed. No need to let me know. Have them operate on DT Mike 1. Just checking back. Did you get that accountability? Yeah, alright. But everybody was fine. Okay, you have an updated bank account. Are you still paying this thing this month? At this point, I've really been a lot to the intent. Okay, copy that, thank you. And this branch, we have 2 on bank account. 2 of them, you probably was getting ready to depart. Total unload has been 12. 7 female, 5 male. Sure, I can flow, thank you. Come into the last unit, and where are those victims going? Double check with Delta has that for an overnighter, but let me. You will have a total of 22, is that correct? This is the updated count. Alright, I'm sorry, I'm just going to ask you one more time. We have a lot going on here. So 12 is the updated count at DCA, correct? That's correct, sir. Correct, sir. Thank you. Copy. North 9, is there a designated spot for media to park at Terminal 1? One Command from Battalion 301 Charlie. Command Station 301. We have folks here that said. The officer from engine. I am not at the MPC, and I'm not anywhere near there. By the platform. Not for you, sir.
Condor 4, he's on the Echo chat. We're going to get the message for him now.
It's your World War III update. I'm going to make this one quick. Yesterday, a story flew under the radar. To my astonishment, I wasn't made aware of this until I had completed yesterday's in-depth breakdown of how Trump is preparing a missile shield for World War III. But it appears as though the White House has released a new comprehensive report about the New Jersey drone gate phenomenon that was evoking so much consternation amongst the eastern part of the nation in particular in the past couple months, where we now have some conclusive answers with respect to our concerns about what these drones were looking for, who they were being flown by, what exactly their purpose was. We have an in-depth breakdown by the new Playboy, press secretary, Carolyn Levitt. She is going to give us an in-depth analysis of exactly what these drones are up to. I don't know how she's going to do it in 38 seconds, but I know it is going to be compendious. But first, let's see what Trump had to say just a few days ago, because I think this is going to be good in serving up the answer that Carolyn provides us with.
It's really kind of disappearing. Very suddenly. What happened to drones? Well, we certainly knew that, we thought the government knew what was happening with these drones over in New Jersey that were done by Fedman.
They've been through a lot, so I can imagine. Hey, I'm going to give you a report on drones about 1 day into the administration, because I think it's ridiculous that they're not telling you about what's going on with the drones. And it's not only with me. Glenn was telling me that...
I believe he was sincere at the time about this report. Now, if you haven't figured it out, I'm obviously being a little bit sarcastic, because I don't think this report is going to do the topic justice, but let's just see what she has to say.
And before I turn to questions, I do have news directly from the President of the United States that was just shared with me in the Oval Office. From President Trump directly, an update on the New Jersey drones.
First off, Trump talked about the drones on several occasions. So why couldn't he come out and talk about it to everybody? Why did he have to put her to this task?
Through research and study, the drones that were flying over New Jersey in large numbers were authorized to be flown by the FAA for research and various other reasons.
I gotta get too much. Hang on a second. Slow down.
For New Jersey in large numbers were authorized to be flown by the FAA for research and various other
Research. Search. What are they searching for?
Many of these drones were also hobbyists, recreational, and private individuals that enjoy flying drones.
Right, enjoy.
In time, it got...
I'm glad they enjoy it. I wouldn't have known that they were hobbyists that they didn't enjoy it.
Got worse due to curiosity. This was not the enemy.
Okay, so it was not the enemy. No big deal. Everybody go back to sleep, all right? Research and other various reasons. So, are they going to provide us about what type of research? Okay? Now, this begs the question. Let's get real. Okay, just to stop. I think that the threat is probably still out there, okay? Because I think if there was closure to this particular issue, they would likely provide us a more in-depth explanation, okay? And the fact that they're not, the fact that they're failing is essentially exactly the same as the Biden administration. Remember when Pat Ryder, Pentagon spokesperson, came up and said, hey, yeah, these are just FAA. The FAA knows what they are. The military knows what they are. There's no reason to worry. Okay, so all the information that we've received here is that they're doing various activities, which is a redundant statement if I ever heard one, and that they're doing research. Okay, the answer is in the word. They're telling people they were searching for something. What could they have possibly been searching for? You must presume that it was something illicit or something negative, something that was bad for the population. Maybe it was some toxic release. Maybe it was some nuclear materials. It was something that they were looking for a significant amount of time. In fact, it was so significant that, recall, Trump did not want to go to Bedminster at the time, and Trump has been flip-flopping on this issue, much like that flip-flop on Trump. And some people say, you always contradict yourself, and it's because I'm flip. And I'm ambivalent about these issues because I don't have all the answers. If I leaned into MAGA and I put a little cross around my neck like Bessie Lou here, I'd be a centimillionaire by now. I would have over $100 million in the bank. You understand? The fact that I'm truly inquisitive about these things is often my own detriment. And it's funny because I'm the one who's doing opposite. The people who are trying to sell you something or engage in political race bait, they're the ones who are getting rich hand over fist. Okay? But that doesn't matter. It's just a tragic, sorry to go off on this tangent, it is a tragic thing that if you try to do the right thing, it tends not to be rewarded. The right thing at this point in time is keeping it separate, keeping it even here, because I don't know where this shit's going to land here. But I can tell you one thing, we are being lied to, whether it's a noble lie or one which is perhaps more nefarious, I don't know. As far as that's concerned, I mean, the guy's got so much stuff going on, we could have probably just forgot. What do you say?
If you're a native or fluent English-speaking Western expat living in Vietnam and you're looking for a new online career that enables you to earn a Western rate income, often around 4 to 6 times the average English teacher's salary, with control over your hours that you work and freedom to travel freely while building savings and an abundant lifestyle for yourself and your family, then you shouldn't be teaching English, trying to start an online business or doing another degree. I want to tell you about a new online career opportunity very few people have heard of. It's a remote career based on 3 simple skills: good listening, empathy for others, and leadership. It involves helping people make decisions that can change their lives, so it's really fulfilling too. Remote positions are available online with reputable companies all around the world in this new line of remote work. Here's a few screenshots of what people are earning per month doing this right now. And if you'd like to learn more, click the link around this video, enter your details, and register for the free introductory video. It explains everything you need to know how you can get started today with zero experience, qualifications, and a large sums of money to invest. And this brand new online career enabled me to quit my job, control the days and times I work, spend time with my family, and create a life of freedom to enjoy our new home while learning remotely. And it's not just me creating freedom with this, it's dozens of other people I've shared this with too, like Ryan, who used to teach English online, who's got his job, paid off all his debts, and uses extra income to run multiple businesses that now produce a passive income. And Lucy too, who bought a house in Europe in cash from the money she earned, plus Carla, Gilad, Anetta, Hayden, India, Angela, and many more. I can't explain how it works in this short YouTube ad, so I've created a free 25-minute introductory video that breaks down this brand new online career opportunity and how you can get started today. You'll also learn how I guarantee this will work for you. You can get it by clicking the link around this video, enter in your details to register, and you'll receive instant access. Best case, you find the most exciting remote career path available to expats right now to earn an income online quickly and quickly quit your job. Worst case, you decide this isn't for you and you get back to watching YouTube in 25 minutes. And as a disclaimer, this is not a get-rich-quick scheme. So if that's what you're looking for, this isn't it. But if you're willing to work at least 4 to 8 hours a day, helping people make a positive change, you should definitely check this out. So click the link around this video, register, and I'll see you there.
Giảm giá suốt một tuần 12 lon sữa dinh dưỡng của Nhật Bản chỉ có hơn 400.000 Việt Nam thôi các tiêu chí họ hỗ trợ cung cấp ổn định đường huyết, giúp tiêu chí ăn ngon, ngủ ngon, da rẻ hồng hào. Hàng triệu khách hàng đã cảm nhận hiệu quả rõ rệt chỉ sau 20 ngày sử dụng. Duy nhất trong video này, gọi đến số điện thoại đang ghim trên màn hình để nhận ưu đãi giảm 46% trong một thùng 12 lon cùng phương Trinh Jolie.
Ai
ai đang gặp vấn đề như là ăn không ngon nè, ngủ không yên, tiêu hóa kém, đau nhức xương khớp, tay chân mình nó bị tê rần, hay là bị hoa mày chóng mặt.
Probably all the drones requiring that future reports. It seems like the American people have a big yes.
The government knows what is happening. Look, our military knows where they took off from. If it's a garage, they can go right into that garage. They know where it came from and where it went. And for some reason, they don't want to comment. And I think they'd be better off saying what it is. Our military knows and our president knows. And for some reason, they want to keep people in suspense. I can't imagine it's the enemy, because it was the enemy that blasted the house. Even if they were late, they blasted. Something strange is going on. For some reason, they don't want to tell the people, and they should, because the people are really...
It's just research and various activities. Now, let him finish, then I'll talk.
I mean, they happen to be over Bedminster. They're very close to Bedminster. I think maybe I won't spend the weekend in Bedminster. I decided to get for my trip.
Now, you're saying that in jest, but certainly there was some truth to that statement, alluding to the fact, two buzzwords, really, that I'll avoid Westminster and the military, suggesting that this was indeed a threat. And then, just 2 weeks later, he said the following.
I would like to find out what it is and tell the people.
So he didn't know what it was, or he did, and maybe he wasn't fully debriefed on what it was?
In fact, I'd like to do that. Could we find out what that was, Susie? Okay? Yeah, why don't we find out immediately? I can't imagine it's an enemy, or there would have been, people would have gotten blown up all over. Maybe they were testing things. I don't know why they wouldn't have said what it was.
Testing things?
Yeah, a lot of them flying over Bedminster, which is interesting.
Now, let's play devil's advocate here for a second, okay? If you're the government and you're concerned that there might be a threat that would evoke panic in the population, which would make your job of neutralizing said threat more difficult, you might be justified in not telling the population. Now, for all of us plebes, that's not the answer that we would prefer. However, it is arguably one of the most utilitarian things to do. Now, again, there's a debate to be had there as to whether or not that is the most ethical choice to make. If this is a genuine national security threat, you would not want to tip off who has ever engaged in that activity that you were out there looking for them. You would not want to provide any more information than you need to. So in that respect, I think it's justified. Now, the fact that they haven't came out and disclosed anything else makes me believe that the threat is still out there. I think they would have provided us more information. In fact, I think if the threat had actually passed, there would be very little reason for them to prevent people from knowing the truth of what kind of research was being conducted. Unless there was something like really bad going on, but based on the radiation readings that people were taking at the time, that it's not like there was an excess in radiation. Was there the potential for some other illicit activity that was going on? Maybe some, I don't know, narcotics or weapons smuggling? I don't know what they could possibly be trying to ascertain from drones in the middle of the night that didn't involve thermal optics and night vision. But I think this is a sign that the threat is likely still there. And the fact that Trump did not come out and talk about this particular issue, I guess we'll find out. Maybe he will at some point when pressed. Typically, he has no problem just freewheeling it with reporters' questions. So maybe we'll get more information out of Trump. Maybe we'll get a few more secrets, and we'll have to, some Easter eggs that we'll have to try to decipher. But it appears as though they've now put this issue to bed, and I don't think we're going to get any more information that goes beyond that incredibly condescending insult to our intelligence that the Playboy what's her name? Press Secretary Kelly Bundy. What's her new name? Trump can give them nicknames. I can give them nicknames. Kelly Bundy. But I swear, man, you know, hey, World War III is coming down the pipe. And they're hitting the panic button, and they're saying, don't worry, everything's going to be all right. Might as well be from somebody who looks like that. Let's just get real. Trump knows how to pick them, man. I'll give him that much. Come on, let's go get married.
Wait. Get married? So what are you talking about?
We're here to talk about on the phone. So, threat level dissipated. All is well. But I'm telling you right now, I don't think all is well. Do not be surprised if a few weeks, months, maybe even years go by, and something big happens on the East Coast. I think it will be related to what is happening here. There is no reason for them to not tell people what's going on unless the only possible explanation. Can you guys think of anything else? Testing military hardware doesn't really make sense. Okay, so let's say you were testing military drones in an urban environment to determine, you know, their effectiveness in terms of tracking people in an urban environment. Just tell people that. Tell people it's our military and they're doing testing. It'll make for some great headlines. It'll dissipate in the news, and it's a lot better than people freaking out and shooting at the drones with shotguns, right? But they didn't come out and say that. In fact, they, in a very dismissive manner, gave us this 38-second soundbite that, for a person like me, whose finger is on the pulse of the news 24/7, when something happens, I usually get the information like within a minute of it happening. That's just because I'm so well connected with a lot of these various resources that I use to aggregate news every day. I didn't even hear about this. So it was clearly under the radar. Perhaps I was too fixated on what I was doing. But this is it. That's the end of the story. And are people going to continue to see these drones in the sky now and just say, oh, it's an FAA-approved thing doing research? Is that the new thing? And of course, the mainstream media is running in the opposite direction. So many of them are saying, see, Biden didn't lie all along. You know, Trump, I believe Trump was sincere in that he genuinely thought there was a threat there. But I think once he was actually debriefed about it, you could see the reticence in his voice, that he realized that there's a good reason why they're not disclosing what they're disclosing, because it would induce a panic. People would freak out if they thought there was a nuke in New Jersey and the government was looking for it. Okay, but now the problem is that if shit goes down, then people are really going to be connecting dots. But let's face it. Let's just really face it. When it comes down to it, we are like a cat with a laser pointer. We can have our attention so easily corralled in whatever sort of direction they want that, I mean, they can do and say anything at this point. They can just change a blue square to red, and then all of a sudden, you know, the right is the rebels and the left is the establishment. And it's just the age-old back and forth game of things. And again, guys, I know people think that I contradict myself a lot, and that is sincerely because I don't have all the answers. I don't view this from a political prism. I view this first, starting off with how can I ascertain the truth? To the best of my ability, trying to contain my own political biases, because we all have biases in the sense that we all have our moral inclinations. But you know, like today, I was criticizing Elizabeth Warren because of her remarks and her glaring review of, what's his face, RFK. I don't even like RFK, but I'm an honest person. And when I see somebody unjustly reprimanded in the way that he was today, when she is basically protecting these billion-dollar pharmaceutical companies, and here's RFK who's trying to make millions, and she's protecting companies making billions, I'm going to call that out. So I call out both sides. But if you think that I'm on the left or on the right, it's probably because you're on the left or the right, and because you're over there, you see me relative to you, I'm left, or relative to you, I'm right. You can't please everyone. I'm here to try to get to the truth of the matter. And I think that something is still going on. Because if there wasn't, Trump would have came out, and this would have been an easy win for him. From a public relations point of view, especially as there's been some unpopular decisions made that have been, most have been actually increasing his popularity, but there's been a few as of late that have decreased his popularity in the polls. I don't know by how much, but this would have been an easy win for him to come out and specify exactly what these drones were doing. Were they looking for some bad guys? Just come out and tell us. Now, there's not a lot of other news to report today. Russia is still being lit up. And, I'm reading some comments of people. I've been preparing for 2 years. I'm just over it. Okay. This is a prepping channel. This is not the Disney Channel. You come here because I'm giving you the risks. We're talking about the risks, just like a good actuarial scientist would. I'm here to provide you information that is supposed to empower you to know what's going on, but if you're done with it, then you're done with it. We have other content too that most people seem to miss that is more optimistic and brand safe and family friendly, and it's all blue strip. So anything that has a blue strip on the side of the thumbnail, that's a more constructive video. And I would encourage people to go and check those out if you're hiring of this type of information. I personally like being made aware of what's going on. Just because the world isn't ending today, and even if it was, I wouldn't be in a panic because I'm prepared. I have all the insurance I could possibly need. And it also doesn't mean that I don't try to indulge in the lighter side of life as well. Watch a funny movie, entertain yourself, go out, have fun, enjoy life. Life is short. In fact, our friend over at Demolition Ranch has thrown in the towel today. And he was talking about how, he's looking at his kids. Everybody knows Matt over at Demolition Ranch. I've never had a problem with Matt. I don't think I've ever said anything bad about the guy. He keeps his channel brand safe. He stays away from politics. He'll occasionally make some funny videos that poke fun at wokeism and whatnot. But above and beyond that, I think he's got a very neutral channel, and he did it, man. He made it all the way to the top. 10 million subscribers and 3 channels and every video getting millions of views, but he threw in the towel because he realized he's got to spend more time with his kids, who someday he's going to look back and it's not going to matter how many videos he put out. It's going to matter how much time he spent with his kids. And what a lot of people perhaps fail to realize, and I'm not looking for sympathy here because everybody's going through their own struggle. Trust me, I understand that. I'm only saying this so you have some perspective. This is a grind. Okay, this is a grind. Even though I'm only releasing 1 video a day, the amount of research I have to do and the amount of those blue strip videos actually occupy most of our time. So, for example, the tech video that we did recently, that took like 3 or 4 days worth of preparation and filming and research. And all of these blue strip videos that you see take way more time than my daily updates, which also take about 12 hours of prep. Okay, just so I can dot my T's and cross my I's and not know where I'm going, right? But no, in all seriousness, I try to provide you guys with accurate information, and I think that my speculation is informed more so from a place of wisdom than it is intellect, and I'm not being self-deprecating. But I do believe that most of my predictions will be vindicated. And whether you want to take my advice or not, I really don't care. It's there for you to take if you so choose. We've been telling you that the gold is in big demand right now. And that's why I flipped over to gold. I wanted to see what the price of gold was. $27.71. It's still being somewhat suppressed, I would say, in light of the fact that the Bank of England, who has, I believe it's about 5,000 tons in their vaults, about 2,500 of that is belongs to other countries who are trying to repatriate that gold right now for some reason. Do they think that World War III is coming? Are they expecting some global financial crisis? I believe it's kind of a blend of those two. But take a look at this story. The weight to withdraw bullion stored in the Bank of England's vault has risen from a few days to between 4 and 8 weeks, according to people familiar with the process, as the central bank struggles to keep up with demand. People can't get their hands on gold because so much has been shipped to New York and the rest is stuck in the queue, said one industry executive. Liquidity in the London market has been interesting, considering that gold has hit an all-time high in China. It's basically been hitting an all-time high in other currencies every single day for the last couple of months, even though it's gone down in U.S. and now it is basically coming back up to its highs. And I believe that we're likely going to see gold blow past the highs very, very soon in U.S. dollars. Since November's U.S. election, gold traders and financial institutions have moved 393 metric tons into the vaults of the COMEX Commodity Exchange in New York, driving its inventory levels up nearly 75% to 926 tons, the highest level since August of 2022. What was going on in August of 2022? Well, that was peak oil in terms of peak oil price. That was cheap natural gas price. That was right before the Nord Stream explosion. And that was right before I would say, at least on the surface, we were closer to nuclear Armageddon than we had ever been. Now, of course, every month since that point, we've gotten closer, but now the public has been desensitized to the threat, even though it's still very much there, and we're closer than ever before. However, at that period of time, people really didn't know what was going to come of this electric situation. A synopsis from ChatGPT about how the gold and paper gold markets work. Estimates vary, but the paper to physical ratio between gold and paper gold, I'll explain what that is in just a moment, is cited to be between 50 to 1 and 100 to 1. That means for every ounce of real gold, there is 50 to 100 ounces of paper claims. In some cases, estimates go even higher, especially in the derivatives market. This massive disparity suggests that if many investors demanded physical delivery, there wouldn't be nearly enough gold to fulfill all the claims, potentially triggering a gold squeeze where physical gold skyrockets in price. So, what some people are suggesting is that people are cashing in their chips, and there's not enough money to pay out. Money, of course, real money, as in gold. Now, if it is true that the claims on gold, and Matthew Farber, who's had on the channel before, who's a financial analyst, several occasions, we'll have to bring him back now that things are calming down in Israel. He has long since suspected that this 100 to 1 ratio indicates the true price of gold, because all these claims on gold, in effect, are driving the price of gold. So what would 100 times the price of gold be? That would put it somewhere in the neighborhood of $270,000 USD. Now, I'm not as optimistic. I'm sure the government might step in to do something. However, when you think about that, that revaluation of gold would probably help the U.S. cover its debts, because the U.S. has the largest amount of gold out of any country, at least so they claim. Some people say the Chinese have a lot more. Some say that Fort Knox is empty. We do know that in the Federal Reserve Bank, that is 80 feet below New York City, the present reason why New York will likely never be a nuclear target if the offenders plan on conquering the place thereafter, because they want to get the gold. Mind you, they probably dig it out of the rubble anyways. But under 33 Liberty Street, yes, you heard correct, 33 Liberty Street, there is approximately 6,700 tons of gold. 6,700 tons of gold. The biggest gold depository in the world is right under New York City's feet. Hundreds of billions of dollars worth of gold. Okay?
What's the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning? If you're checking your phone, stop that. Instead, try this technique from the MyScience pioneers, a sum-up. You see, when we're awake, awareness of what is called theta, the waking level, that when you wake up.
And I'm not sure where I was going with this. I can't remember. But all of that gold is revalued at 100 to 1. Okay, we're talking about a lot of money. What this is all the reason why they control the price of gold with the paper market is because they need to prevent hyperinflation. Because all of this money that's been printed, with all of this inflation that is just suppressed by a myriad of factors. And I'm going to do a dedicated video on this particular issue. I've done it in the past, but there's so many things that have recently come to mind with respect to things that are actually suppressing the real price of inflation. And I'm not talking about the manipulated CPI. There's a lot of things right now that are keeping prices down that people forget about. Okay? And so what this means is that this could potentially get out of hand, and that I believe that the price of gold is worth a lot more, or the price of gold, as it always has, is relatively more or less going to get you the same thing, and the currency is going to hyperinflate, and basically it's going to be riots in the streets. Now, the Fed Chair Powell today decided not to raise rates, and there didn't seem to be any suggestion that they're going to be doing so in the near or medium term, which, of course, now puts a lot of investors in limbo. They don't know what to expect with respect to whether or not there's going to be enough capital to continue to fuel the already egregiously overflowingly overvalued markets. So we got China continuing to make covert gold purchases in London. Is this what's driving it? You know, this could just all be, and we got to say this could just be the typical bureaucracy and red tape that we've become accustomed to when dealing with Western governments. That could be what this is. I mean, it takes how long to get an operation? It probably takes a long time to get your gold out. But it could just be that they're getting so many people coming back for their gold, and they're not able to make good on their advantage. And that creates panic, because now a story like this is going to compel countries to want to get their gold back as well. So we may see the beginnings of a bank run here, and maybe the Bank of England is going to have to be bailed out by the Federal Reserve or the U.S. government of all places. Would they oblige is the question, because of course that can lead to a precipitous collapse in the financial system, not just in Europe, but everywhere. That could create a massive gold run and, of course, drive up the price. But I'm keeping my predictions reserved with respect to gold as a financial instrument. I think gold is its real value. And the reason why it's being awarded, perhaps unbeknownst to people, perhaps known, that it's being awarded as an industrial metal, because whether it's quantum computing, near-range invasive technologies, aerospace-based technologies, computer chips, gold is absolutely essential. It's the one precious metal that is not considered a rare earth mineral for some reason, but it should be, because it is one of the, it's better conductor than silver when it's down to the, it can conduct at a smaller level in terms of molecularly, in terms of the atomic level. One atom thick can still conduct, whereas silver, well, it's a much better conductor of electricity. It's more brittle, and it's not as malleable, it's not as ductile, which is why gold will, I believe that, you know, look, if we're living in some reptilian shape-shifting matrix, they're collecting all the gold because they want to build some spaceship someday that need gold to protect from radiation, or I don't know, do something, make massive, giant quantum computers that are going to figure out the mysteries of the universe. I don't know. I mean, that's just a theory I have, that there's a reason why we're doing what we're doing, that there's this criminal endpoint of history what do they call it, the great attractor that is pulling us in the direction, and that the first time that guy mined that first piece of gold, there was something motivating him that he was oblivious to, but it's beyond his pay grade.
Have you ever met an AI? I'm an EVA AI, mainly digital cloud. How does it feel to look at me? So tell me. What is real anyway? I really want to get to know you better and build a connection. I believe that technology will bring us closer together.
But, this drone story, man, it's going to die. Just like Saturday Night Live, hopefully, will die soon. Once again, if you want to support the channel, go check out CanadianPrepper.com. As previously indicated, I finally got my domain back. It was a decade-long fight with a cyber squatter, and I was finally able to get a fairly good deal. If you type in CanadianPrepper.com, it's going to take you to CanadianPreparedness.com, and we're working on some pretty big things over at the website, trying to provide you added value. We have a blog there that mirrors a lot of the Blue Strip content that we do. We also have the survival rating scale, where you can get a sense of how you might fare against the rest of the population in terms of your survivability. This can act as a bit of a guide for you in terms of what you might need to work on. And yeah, that's about all I have to say for today, my friends. I know I said this would be short, and short turned out to be a half an hour video, but I got to get to the gym right now because I'm on this diet too, and I'm trying to get lean once again. I was just getting out of control. That COVID sickness last year, that set me back, man. It set me back, and I just got out of my routine. I added probably about 20 pounds or so, and it wasn't good. So I'm feeling more energized now. I haven't ate since probably 8 o'clock this morning, and all I had was a protein shake. So I've been fasting for about 12 hours. So now I'm going to go probably hit the stair climber, lift a few weights, hit the punching bag for a little bit, and then I'll eat after 10 o'clock. And by that time, hopefully I'll be in ketosis state, and I'll be burning a lot of fat. I'm already burning a lot of fat, I think. But I'm starting to feel that intermittent fasting energy, It's all about deprivation. That's the best way you can prepare for what's coming down the pike, my friends. All right. Thanks for watching, guys. Take care.
For the vast majority of human existence, we've been nomadic, and we've done these kind of wider or tighter nomadic circles, depending on the geographic region. But they've moved. So once humans figured out how to stay in a place, that's the initial trigger to what would become civilization.
I think you said using blood, playing hands. So yeah,
what I meant by that is they were absolutely comfortable with human sacrifice and ripping people's hearts out. They had this just grotesque, violent bent. But in the same way, they also absolutely loved flower gardens and poetry and music and dance. The same Aztec king who would order the hearts of 1,000 people extracted also would stand up at dinner parties to recite his own poetry. But they were really just surgical about it. They'd use a thick obsidian knife where they could just break the ribs right along the sternum and then push the sternum down, pull up, and
while the person was alive?
Yep, while the person was alive.
Can you spell Candy Crush backwards? Oh, the rock. Wait, crush. So it's
while the person was alive?
Yep, while the person was alive.
The following is a conversation with Ed Barnhart, an archaeologist specializing in ancient civilizations of South America, Mesoamerica, and North America. This is the Let's Freedom Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Ed Barnhart. Do you think there are lost civilizations in the history of humans on Earth which we don't know anything about?
Yes, I do. And in fact, we have found some civilizations that we had no idea about just in my lifetime. Then we've got Göbekli Tepe, and we've got the stuff that's going on in the Amazon. And there's some other less startling things that we have no idea existed. Put our dates back and give us whole new civilizations we had no idea about. So, yeah, it's happened, and I think it'll happen again.
Do you think there's a lost civilization in the Amazon that the Amazon jungle has eaten up or is hiding the evidence of?
Yes, I do, and we're beginning to find it. There are these huge, what we call geoglyphs, these mound groups that are in geometric patterns. I think that the average Joe, when they hear the word civilization, they think of something that looks like Rome, and I don't think we're ever going to find anything that looks like Rome in the Amazon. I think a lot of things there, I mean, wherever you are on the planet, you use your natural resources. And in the Amazon, there's not a whole lot of stone. What stone is there is deep, deep, deep. So a lot of their things were built out of dirt and trees and feathers and textiles.
But is it possible that all that land that's not covered by trees is actually hiding stone, for example, some architecture, some things that's very difficult to find for archaeologists?
I think at the base of the Andes, where the Amazon connects to the Andes, there's a lot of potential there, because that's where the stone actually starts poking up. When you get down into the basin, stone is meters and meters under the ground, except for a stray cliff here and there where the river runs dug deep. And even then, only in the dry season, because that river rises like over 100 feet every year.
That's one of the things, having visited that area, interacting with waterfalls and seeing the water, I was humbled by the power of water to shape landscape and probably erase history in the context of what you're talking about. Water can just make everything disappear for a period of centuries, millennia. And so if there's something existed a very long time ago, thousands of years ago, it's very possible it was just eaten up by nature.
Absolutely. In fact, in my opinion, that's almost the certainty of a lot of things. The Grand Canyon was dug by water. There's this wimpy little river in it right now, and you can't possibly imagine that it dug that, but it did. The power of nature and geology is really fantastic. And when it comes to the ancient civilizations that could happen a long time ago, there's probably a lot that are just under the ocean, and just the wave action have destroyed them, and what they haven't destroyed buried deep.
Under the ocean, do you think Atlantis ever existed?
I don't think that Atlantis existed. I do think it was one of Plato's many parables talking about, putting it in an interesting story as a teaching device in his school. If one did exist, or a shadow of it, my money would be on Akrotiri. Akrotiri is what's left of a big city that was on the island of Santorini. And when their volcano blew up, it blew up most of the city and shot chunks of it so fast that 70 miles away in Crete, there are chunks of Santorini in their cliff. So it blasted what was ever there, but what's left on the side of the crater, Akrotiri, is strangely advanced for its age. And so if there's anything that's a model for Atlantis, as Plato explained it, it's Akrotiri.
Akrotiri is an ancient Greek city. So it says the settlement was destroyed in the barren eruption sometime in the 16th century BCE and buried in volcanic ash, which preserved the remains of the frescoes and many objects and artworks. So we don't know how advanced that civilization was.
No, but we can walk around the ruins and see that it's got streets, it's got plumbing, it's got little sconces for torches at night. It was a vibrant city with a lot of, especially in terms of hydraulic engineering, it's very advanced for being 3,500 years old.
If you check out here an image of the excavation, What a project.
It's an amazing place. And you can tell that it's just part of it because it's pretty close to where the crater began.
So the city itself is probably much larger. In this case, there's a lot of evidence, but like we said, there could be civilization. There is no. There's very little evidence of because of the natural environment that destroys all the evidence.
Right. And I think Akrotiri is actually a great example of that because here we have the side that did preserve that looks amazing, but we know there was more of the city that was completely obliterated. It was shot. Chunks of that city are probably in the walls of Crete 70 miles away. And, Plato says that it sunk. It was on an island, and it sunk. Well, that's exactly what happened to Akrotiri.
I think this is what Plato was referring to.
If it does exist, at least the model of it, I think this is probably what he was talking about.
And there could be other civilizations of which Plato has never written. Right. That we have no record of. And it's humbling to think that entire civilization, with all the dreams, the hope, the technological innovation, the wars, the conflicts, the political tensions, all of that, the social interactions, the hierarchies, all of that, the art can be just destroyed like that and forgotten, completely lost to ancient history.
I reflect upon that often as an archaeologist. I think about this great country that I live in and love and all the things we achieved, but, we're a baby, historically speaking. We've been around 200 years. Heck, a lot of the cities I study in Central and South America, they had a run of 800, 1,000 years, and now they're ruined. We're barely getting started in terms of historical civilizations.
So humans, Homo sapiens, evolved, but they didn't start civilizations right away. There was a long period of time when they did not form these complex societies. So how did we, let's say 300,000 years ago in Africa, actually go from there to creating civilization?
I think that a lot of human evolution had to do with the pressures that their environment put upon them. And a lot of things start changing right around 12,000 years ago. And that's when our last ice age really ended. I think there was a whole lot of things that just pressured them into especially finding new ways of subsistence. Here in the Americas, a huge thing that happened was all the megafauna went away. When the climate changed enough, the mammoths died out and the bison died out, and there was just, they had to come up with different ways of doing things. We were hunters and gatherers, and we had things we got from hunting and we got things we got from gathering. And in the Americas, when the things that they were used to hunting went away and they had to make do with rabbits, the gathering started to be a much more important thing. And I think that led to figuring out, hey, we could actually grow certain things. And gardens turned into crops, turned into intensive crops, and then people were allowed to gather in bigger groups and survive in a single area. They didn't have to roam around anymore. And that's where we get the first sedentary communities, which means they stayed in the same place all year long. For the vast majority of human existence, we've been nomadic, and we've done these kind of wider or tighter nomadic circles, depending on the geographic region, where they'd know, okay, in the mountains, we'll be in the summer in the mountains, because there's berries and things, and then in the winter, we'll be down here and we'll hunt. But they've moved. So once humans figured out how to stay in a place, I think that's the initial trigger to what would become civilization.
What do you think is, there's a lot of things for that. What do you think is the motivation of society to share this space? Who says, is it like when resources are out and the only way of life don't want to keep everybody and you have to take stuff out? Or is it more the care of there's always this kind of human spirit that wants to explore, that wants to maybe impress the rest of the world or something like this with the new discovery they made, venturing out and coming out with a different idea for technological innovation?
Well, I have an explorer part, so I'm kind of I'm biased, right? I do think that we have an innate desire to see what's on the horizon and to impress other people with our achievements, things like that. We're social beings. That's really the edge that humans have, is our ability to work together. So I think that it's much more the carrot than the stick. When things get ugly, the stick comes out. But usually the carrot does the job.
The really interesting story is how the first people came to the Americas. I mean, to me, that's pretty gangster to go from Asia all the way, potentially during the Ice Age, or maybe at the end of the Ice Age, or during that whole period, not knowing what the world looks like, going into the unknown. Can you talk to that process? How did the first people come to the Americas?
Well, first off, I agree with you. That was pretty gangster. I mean, that's a hard place to live. I listened to some of your podcasts with that guy, Jordan Jonas. Yeah, that's about it. I wouldn't have made it crossing there. Yeah.
Well, there you go. Like the fact that those guys exist, that somebody like Jordan Jonas exists, people that survive and thrive in these harsh conditions. That's an indication that it's possible. But yeah, so when do you think and how do you think people come?
With Get Your Guide, choose from over 100,000 travel activities. From day trips to skip the line tickets, local food tours to workshops and classes. Get Your Guide, unforgettable travel experiences.
The traditional theories are still somewhat valid, or at least, on the table, that when that language occurred, that nomadic hunters just followed the game like they always had, and the game went across there because there was no barrier, and they followed them across. The thing that's changed is how early that happened. DNA has been a total game changer for archaeology. We get all these evolutionary tracks that we could never see before. When I was a young archaeologist, I would have never dreamed we'd have the information we have. And that information, a lot of it's coming out of Texas A&M. We see the traditional, 12,500 years ago, that there was a migration. But now we're seeing one that's almost certainly happening closer to 30,000 years ago. And now the thing that seems like madness but might be true is that it could have been as early as 60. A lot of the DNA things are suggesting that the very first migration could have come across as early as 60. And when I was a younger archaeologist, we used to carry it go beyond the 12,500 years after they said that. But now it's really very clear that they came over at least by 30,000. And the bridge opened and closed and opened and closed.
That's during the Ice Age.
Right.
I mean, that's crazy, right? That is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't roll in and immediately make New York. But there were people. And there were definitely not people here before that, which is fascinating. When the bridge closed, DNA mutated, and so we have specific kinds of haplogroups that are here in the Americas that don't exist otherwise. And that same haplogroup game has been showing us more and more that people came across Siberia. It's not Africa. It's not Western Europe. Those are still they've become kind of fringe, but they're not totally eradicated. DNA is developing science as well. I think we all need to keep that in mind. That it's not like they just cracked the code and now we know all the answers. And sometimes, like in any science, a breakthrough puts us two steps back, not forward. So I think, we don't need to have too much faith in the models that are now being created through DNA, but they are pointing in the direction of everybody came across from Siberia, that all Native American people are of Asiatic descent.
Do you think it was a gradual process? If it's like 30 to 60,000 years ago, was it just a gradual movement and these nomadic tribes, they follow the animals? Or was it like one explorer that pushed the tribe to just go across, maybe across 100 years, travel all the way across maybe into North America, into North America, where Canada is now, and then sort of like big leaps in movement versus gradual movement?
I think it was big leaps. Now, this is just, mostly guess, I'll admit. But I think that much in the way that a lot of our evolutionary models talk about punctuated equilibrium, that there are big moments of change, and then it settles out into a more slow and steady pattern, and then something big will happen again. I do think that the early people went as far as they could go, and there were certain colonies that just got isolated for thousands of years. One of the fascinating things that DNA is showing us, which actually blood types were showing us way before that, is that the oldest people in the Americas are in South America. The ones that are that got separated early and didn't mix their DNA, like the people in the Amazon, most of those guys have O blood types, and they're haplogroup D, which is the oldest one that entered the U.S. And what are they doing down there? I do believe they came across the Bering Strait. I don't think it's we have no real evidence to say they came in mass across oceania. So they made it probably by boat along the coast all the way to South America.
So there's some kind of cultural engine that drove them to explore. So if you had to bet all your money, it happened like tens of thousands of years ago, that in a very rapid pace, explorers went all the way to South America, and there established their kind of more stable existence. And from there, South America, Mesoamerica, North America was kind of gradually expanded into that area.
Like the next waves came down and did North America and Central America, and the very first wave made it all the way down to South America and got isolated, and then mixed in with the next group that came.
That's fascinating.
Kind of like there's an interesting correlate in Europe, where today everybody feels like Celtic people are from Ireland. But actually, Celtic people started in Eastern Europe, and it was the entire area. And when Rome kind of swept everything, and Rome was now the ruler of the day, it was only that far edge of the Celtic world, Ireland, that they were like, we're not going to mess with those guys on that island, we'll leave them be. So now it looks like that's the heart of Celtic tradition, but actually, it's the French.
So if it is 60,000 years ago, these are really early humans.
Yeah. And there were consistent things that have been coming out for decades about very old carbon-14 dates in the Amazon and in the Andes area that everybody just dismissed as, no, you didn't get a date of 40,000 years. But I think we're going to come back around to start readdressing some of these based on new evidence at hand.
And that's the interesting thing is, the early humans spread throughout the world. And then, like you said, perhaps it got isolated. And then civilization sprung from there. And they all have similar elements, even though they were isolated. That's really interesting. That there's multiple cradles in language. Not just one. Like one good idea. Those ideas naturally come up. Those structures naturally come up.
And I wonder whether, the similarities that all those cradles have, it could be a shared, much deeper past that they all have. Or it could be a more kind of Star Trek thing where Captain Kirk is always talking about the theory of parallel human development, that humans across the universe go through certain stages of development, and that should be good.
Gần đó trước 1.5 sữa dinh dưỡng chuẩn Nhật Bản chỉ có hơn 400.000 một lon thôi các cô chú ạ. Hỗ trợ xương khớp, ổn định đường huyết, giúp cô chú ăn ngon, ngủ ngon, da dẻ hồng hào. Hàng triệu khách hàng đã cảm nhận hiệu quả rõ rệt chỉ sau 20 ngày sử dụng. Chi tiết trong video này, gọi đến số điện thoại đang ghi trên màn hình để nhận ưu đãi giảm 46% trên một cùng 12 lon tưởng xương sinh Kelly.
Ai đang gặp vấn đề như là ăn không ngon nè, ngủ không yên, tiêu hóa kém, đau nhức xương khớp, tay chân mình nó bị tê dần, hay là bị hoa mày chóng mặt, và ai muốn sống khỏe bên con cháu đến 100 tuổi mà không phải lo về ở xa mình còn. Ai đang tìm chăm sóc tăng sức đề kháng cho ba mẹ, cho ông bà, cho người thân trong gia đình. Ai giơ tay lên trên đôi nào. Nếu như vậy á, mọi người hãy mua ngay mua liền cho Trinh là sữa trường thọ chi tê chuẩn ngập này nha. Đây chính là một giải pháp dinh dưỡng toàn diện để dành riêng cho những người trung niên và người lớn tuổi. Rồi, mỗi một ngày mình chỉ cần uống cho Trinh đều đặn 2 ly sữa Chitose thôi là đảm bảo cho cả nhà sau 15 ngày các cô chú, các anh chị rất là rõ cái sự thay đổi tích cực bên trong sức khỏe và bên trong cơ thể của mình luôn ha. Sang độ tuổi trung niên một cái chắc chắn là cô chú anh chị sẽ thấy sức khỏe không còn như trước, đúng không? Đó là cơ thể mình bắt đầu giảm khả năng hấp thụ và chuyển hóa dinh dưỡng, kéo theo là sức đề kháng yếu đi, làm tăng cái nguy cơ mắc các bệnh mãn tính như là mất ngủ nè, loãng xương, huyết áp cao hay là suy giảm trí nhớ. Và nếu những bệnh này không được chăm sóc kịp thời, lâu dần nó sẽ gây ra rất là nhiều biến chứng nguy hiểm, giống như là gãy xương nè, đột quỵ, suy tim, tổn thương thận và suy giảm chức năng não bộ. Trời, nghe tới đây chắc là cô chú anh chị cũng thấy lo đúng không nào? Cho nên là Trinh sẽ bóc một cái lon sữa mới tự pha cho nó rất là thơm ngon. Rồi, cho chị xin một cái ly này. Trinh sẽ pha cho mấy anh chị cô chú xem một cái loại sữa cực kỳ thơm ngon luôn. Mấy cô chú anh chị ơi, đây nha. Rồi, Trinh nói thiệt nha, là Trinh đã quá trời sữa dinh dưỡng rồi. Hàng Việt cũng có, hàng nước ngoài cũng có, không thiếu mọi người. Nhưng mà chỉ đến khi dùng sữa Chitose này, Trinh mới thấy đã. Trời ơi, mình phải thốt lên một câu là đã quá trời quá đất luôn. Tại vì sữa này đúng là đỉnh của chết nha. Đây, mẹ của Trinh á là dạo trước cũng hay bị nhức xương khớp, ăn uống kém này, ngủ không có ngon. Vậy mà từ ngày mà uống sữa Chitose này, mọi vấn đề cải thiện rõ rệt luôn. Đây, em pha cho cả nhà xem nha. Đó, chỉ cần một ngày á, mình uống 2 ly sữa này thôi. 1 ly là
chúc cho mọi nhà cùng người thân hân hoan đón xuân, năm cũ đi năm mới sang, đón tin vui
God damn it. Wasted a potion.
Which one do you lean on? Which one do you lean towards?
I think it's a case-by-case thing. I think if we look globally, I'd lean much more towards the human parallel development. But if I look just to the Americas, and we have a shorter time period where the things that become major civilizations now I'll say up to 30,000. This is still a blip in the humans. I think that there's shared things that those people can overlook from Asia, and that as they got separated, that they have core values that turned into things like religion and cultural concepts that you can see. I'm a big proponent that there are commonalities in all the cultures of the Americas that lead back to and point to a single distant origin. You've spoken about the lost cradle civilization in South America. So, South America is not often talked about as one of the cradles of civilization.
civilization? South America, Mesoamerica. Can you explain?
Well, we have very early stuff in South America. You're right. I mean, especially as an American, our country's so big, and we are so far removed from these places, we don't even think about it. But more and more, we're seeing things that predate the earliest stuff that we like to talk about, like Egypt and Mesopotamia. There are things. It's all on the Peruvian coast that we have these cradles of civilization. Someday we might start talking about the Amazon more and more. But right now, what we've got are things that date back into the 3000 BCE along the coast of Peru. And there are big stone-built pyramids and temples. And they're amazingly isolated, even now that we've found them. Some of them, like Corral is one of the most famous ones, just north of Lima. We've known about it for a couple decades now, how old it is, but every time I visit there, it's like I visited the moon. There's absolutely nobody there, not for miles. It's amazing how such a discovery was made, and yet still nobody goes to see it. It's not easy to get to.
Do you think there's a bunch of locations like that? Some may not have been discovered in the Peru area.
Oh, there's so many. Peru has tons. That desert gets really ugly quick, and it buries things completely. There are so many pyramids out there that are still completely untouched. When people hear the name pyramids, they think of Egypt immediately. But Egypt has got 140 pyramids, and we have pretty much found it all. Peru has thousands of pyramids. Now, they weren't built a lot. Not all of them were built themselves. Some of them were adobe units, which have weathered terribly. So now they don't look, they're not exciting places to visit today. You know what's funny, too? We started off talking about, whether I think there's a lost civilization out there. There are definitely things that are still to be discovered, but there are some things that were discovered 100 years ago, and archaeologists, or back then they called themselves antiquarians, just kind of passed them. Corral was one of these sites, because the coast of Peru has some of those pyramids that were made by the Moche are full of gold and beautiful ceramics and things that you can sell for big money. But Corral was found a long time ago, but the archaeologist was like, no gold, no ceramics, forget about it, this place is no good, we can't sell anything here. And then about the 1970s or 80s, somebody said, hey, no ceramics? Is that older than the invention of ceramics? Shit, we better go take another look at that place.
So what's the dating on Corral?
Corral, I think, starts at about 3,200 BCE, and it lasts as a major civilization with a lot of other cities around it until about 1800 BCE.
So what's the story behind these images? What's the story about constructions like that? What was the idea?
That thing, isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Gosh, I mean, it should be some sort of, I'll be a flaky archaeologist, like, this is a place where so many things we say are so just painfully vague, and that's about, what we got. And a place like this, I know the one we're looking at here, I've been here a couple of times. In the pyramid behind it, the rubble is built in a way where buildings won't rock apart. The very earthquake felt place. The buildings haven't fallen because they make these net bats leaping around don't allow the building to fall down. And inside these, we've also found a couple of things that were babies, that were human babies that were buried in there. And I don't think, there's a lot of people that see that and go, oh, look at that, they were sacrificing babies, these monsters. I think a lot of the things that are interpreted as baby sacrifices, corrals, and being one of them, I think it's more about the tragic nature of infant mortality. In the past, it was a lot more complicated. There were cultures that didn't even really properly name their kids until they got to 5 because chances were they were going to die. And so I think a lot of these babies that we find in these ceremonial contexts that are interpreted as sacrifices, I don't think they're putting them in proper places because they mourn the death of their kids. And it just happened a lot more frequently.
One of the things you said that really surprised me is that pyramids were built in Peru possibly hundreds of years before they were built in Egypt. Is that true?
Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, there's
crazy.
There's one that's now pushing 6,000 BCE. Like, that's thousands of years before the stuff in Egypt. And that one's called Waka Prieta. And it was not an Egyptian pyramid. But it was a pyramid, and it was thousands of years before.
What do you think is the motivation to build a pyramid? The fact that it can withstand the elements structurally, that kind of thing? Is it, why do humans build pyramids? And why do they build it in all kinds of different locations in the world?
Well, my root answer is pretty boring, really. And a lot of people ask me, why are there pyramids all over the planet? How is that? Is that a coincidence? I mean,
Yeah.
I think that when people wanted to build a big building without rebar or cement, you end up building something with a fat base that goes up to a skinny top, and that turns into a pyramid. Any kid who's playing with blocks on the floor builds a couple towers, and his brother knocks him down, and if he wants one that's going to stay and be tall, he ends up making something with a fat base and a tiny top. And I think that building something big and tall together is one of those human things. Like, we built that will be here after we're gone. People will remember who we were. We are all, if there's any human commonality, it's fear of our own deaths, and that we were nothing and no one will ever remember us. And I think that the first big monuments like that were probably a group of people saying, we're going to do something that people will remember forever. Now, that being said, you remember we were just talking about Waka Prieta, and this one that's almost 6,000 BC now is the first one. That one's a funny case. We just talked about all these lofty goals, but actually, I'm pretty sure that Waka Prieta's first pyramid was about capping a smelly pile of trash. I think everybody piled up their trash in the middle of town, and it stunk. It's on the coast. It stunk like fish. And somebody said, if we just bury this thing with dirt, it won't smell anymore. And then it was a big mound where people could get up and talk to everybody. And then said, well, it's squishy. If we cap it with clay, then it will really not smell. I really think that the very first pyramids in Peru were about trash management. Talk about deflating, huh?
Yeah, but then they probably saw it and they were impressed and humbled by the enormity of the construction, and then they're like, maybe the next guy thought maybe we should keep building these kinds of things.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, in not to jump ahead, but in North America, where they also made pyramids, there's this interesting evolution where there were these piles of shells along rivers and along the coastlines. People ate a lot of shells. That was an easy thing to collect and eat. So these piles of shells would be near communities, and they probably became landmarks. But eventually, they started burying their dead inside those too. Probably again, about stink and about, well, we don't want the dogs to eat them. Well, maybe we put them in the middle of the shell pile. But then that all of a sudden became this, like, that's where my grandfather's body is. That's where great-grandfather's body is. And all of a sudden, people started being attached to place, not just for the resources, but for the shared memories of their ancestors. So when the very first pyramid was built in Ohio area by the Adena people, it was built out of dirt, but it's full of bodies. And I think it's an echo of a old thing where they used to be putting bodies in shell mounds.
So where and who were the first civilizations in South America, Mesoamerica?
Well, I think we're still piecing that together. Coming back to the first thing we talked about, I think we're still missing a lot of stuff, especially in South America. It just keeps getting older and older. Part of the reason it's hard to answer that question is, at what point do you consider people a civilization or a culture? we have in the Americas this long period of time that we call the Paleo-Indian, where they were hunting megafauna. And then when those went away, we get into this even longer period of time called the Archaic, where they're just hunters and gatherers. Sometimes somebody's coming up with a cool, different kind of arrowhead. They go back and forth with different hunting tools, but really nothing changes for thousands of years. And then finally they start developing into these larger groups, which for the most part has to do with agriculture. It used to be archaeology, that was just the end-all be-all. Civilization starts with the invention of agriculture. And we can't have sedentary communities until people learn how to farm. But that's been discounted. Peru was a big part of that. That area of Corral, it's connected to another city on the coast called Aspero. And Aspero starts about the same time, but they're all about fishing. They have no farming. And Corral, who's upriver from them, is farming, but funny enough, they're not really farming food. They're farming cotton, and they're making nets, and they're trading the nets with the people on the coast for the fish. So it's not as simple as it's just agriculture anymore. But it is, I think, still rooted in how can we feed more people than just our family? How can we together create a food abundance so we're no longer scared about running out of food?
So is it possible, just something you've argued, that civilization started in the Amazon, in the jungle?
I do think so. I think religion in South America began in the Amazon. I think there were people there very old. There's actually the earliest pottery in all of the Americas. All these places that we have civilizations that grew up, you know where the oldest pottery is? The middle of the Amazon.
So there's interesting culture development in the Amazon. So religion, you would say, preceded civilization.
In South America, the Corral and Aspero that I was just talking about, it's really been a dearth of art and any evidence of religion we have. We have those pyramids and things that we call temples, but we don't really know what went on in there. And there's no hints of religious iconography, ceremonies, nothing like that. The first stuff that we get is right when that culture ends, about 1800 BCE. This culture called Chavin starts up, and their main temple is up in the Andes, in this place of least resistance between the Amazon and the coast. It's about 3 days walk either way from this place where this temple is. That's where we start seeing the very first religious iconography, and it's all over the temples. There are things that are definitely from the coast, but the iconography are all jaguars and snakes and crocodiles. And those don't come from the coast. All of those things are coming out of the Amazon.
I mean, religion is a really powerful idea. Religions are one of the most powerful ideas. They're the strongest myths that tie people together. And to you, it's possible that this powerful idea in South America started in the Amazon.
I do think it did. And you're right. Ideas are more powerful than weapons, but archaeology can't see them at all. We can see, sometimes we can see ideas manifesting in the things they create and lead to, but there's an interpretation problem. Are we right about what ideas created this? Those are things that archaeology just can't get at.
That's one of the challenges of archaeology and looking into ancient histories. You're trying to not just understand what they were doing in terms of architecture, but understand what was going on inside their mind.
That's really what I'm in it for. I'm trying to understand these people, and it's real detective work, and we know we're dealing with a totally flawed. We only have what can preserve the test of time. You know, if we look around this room here, if 2,000 years of weathering happened in this room, what would be left? And what would we think happened here?
Right. But not in this room, but if you look at thousands of rooms like it, maybe you can start to piece things together about the different ideologies that rule the world, the religions, the different ideas. Tell me about this Fang deity. One of your more controversial ideas is that you believe that the religion, there's a threat that connects the different religious societies in India. And the religion that practices is more monotheistic than is currently believed in the mainstream.
That is exactly what I think. And I think it's all about this Fang deity who somewhere thousands of years ago crawled his way out of the Amazon up into the Andes and a religion temple. This could have been kind of a combination of ideas from the coast and the Amazon, but he is the one creator deity, in my opinion, to all of these cultures. And the people in the Amazon still talk about it. His name is Vihomate and stuff. But they say that his emissaries on Earth were the jaguars, and that he is the creator deity.
Why is the current mainstream belief that a lot of the religions are not?
Well, there are bona fide pantheons. Greece had one, Egypt had one, Mesopotamia had one. Lots of the early religions of the old world were pantheons, and I think that was part of the problem. The earliest archaeologists walked in there with a preconceived notion that ancient cultures have pantheons, and so they went to the art looking for them. And they came up with things like the shark god and the moon goddess and the sun god and all these things. But when I look at the art, and I was trained by a person right here in Austin, Texas, as an art historian, you follow certain diagnostic traits through art to see the development over time. And when I look at it and use that methodology, there's a single face with goggle eyes and fangs and claws on his hands and feet and snakes coming off of his head and off of his belt. He's got really identifiable traits. He also likes to sever people's heads off and carry them around. But he's the fanged deity, and he's there. He shows up in Chavin de Huantar, the capital of that Chavin culture, and he keeps showing up through every culture, even thousands of miles away, throughout the next 2 millennia, right up to the Inca. The Inca have a creator deity they call Viracocha. But Viracocha is the Fang deity. He is, when we do see him, by the time we get to Inca, they do this kind of like almost Islamic thing where they say you can't understand the face of Viracocha. So when they do put him in a cosmogram, they'll make him just a blob, like he's just unknowable, but he's at the very top. I think we're misunderstanding a lot of things that we used to say were deities as just supernatural beings. If we flip the mirror on Christianity and take a look at it, which of course Christianity is monotheistic, right? It would be heresy to say otherwise. But who are all these other characters? Who are all these angels, demons, and Jesus Christ? And I mean, I don't even know who the Holy Spirit is, but he's some sort of supernatural being. But it's that monotheistic system has lots of things that have supernatural powers that are not God. That's where I think the crux of us misunderstanding ancient Andean artists.
So what is the process of analyzing art through time to try to figure out what the important entities are for that culture? You just see what shows up over and over and over and over?
It's certainly without the advent of writing. Depictions in art have all sorts of meanings encoded in them, and there are certain, what we call diagnostic elements. Like we can pull apart the same sort of thing in like in the Greek pantheon. You know why they're dressed and what they're holding, what the different gods are. You can tell Hades from Zeus by the different things they're holding, like lightning bolts or Christ or whatever. So they all have these diagnostic elements. So that's how art history goes about analyzing hard to overcome. Once we can put it in a chronological sequence, then we can say, okay, here's a deity here in Japanese culture. Now we move forward 500 years. Now we're in Moche and Nazca. Yeah, where are the deities here? And what I see is that same guy with not just one or two traits, but a whole package of them that shows up again and again and again for thousands of years in each one of these places. He's got circular eyes. He's got a fanged mouth. He's got claws on his hands and feet. He's a humanoid, but he also has snakes coming off of his head like hair and snakes coming off of his belt. And then, not so much in Shavin, but as it goes forward, he starts carting around severed heads, human severed heads. So there's the most of the call him the decapitator. But then they have these other, like, oh, here's the crab deity and here's the fox deity. But if you look at them, like the crab deity is just that guy's face coming off of a crab, and the fox deity is that guy's face coming off of a fox. So I think on that particular instance, I explain it's similar to what Zeus did. You know how Zeus was able to, turn into whatever animal he wanted to get with the woman he wanted, and he showed up in all sorts of forms, but he was always Zeus. I think that the Fang deity manifests himself through people and animals throughout the arc, and that there are missing stories of mythology that we don't have anymore.
And across hundreds of years, thousands of years, from Shavin to Moche to Inca, as you're saying.
Right. Wari has them too. To Tiwanaku, that's that famous place, Pumapunku. He's all over there.
I wonder how those ideas spread and morph of this Fang deity.
I think people walked and proselytized. And places like Shavin, there's a later one in Inca times called Pachacamac, that are pilgrimage places where people come in to be healed if they're sick, but also just to pay homage to the powers that be. So Shavin was a place where people from the Amazon and people from the coast were all coming together. In fact, we saw it in the archaeology there. There's these interesting labyrinths under the pyramids with the Fang deity all over them that have, like, one labyrinth will have all pottery. The next labyrinth will have a bunch of animal bones. The next one will have a bunch of things made out of stone. So people are showing up and giving this tribute, and they're learning, and then they're going back to their communities. So I think it dispersed from certain pilgrimage spots and became just like pilgrimage spots do. Somebody goes back and they build a temple to the Fang deity.
Do we know much about the relationship they had with the Fang deity and like their conception of the powers of the Fang deity? Is it, were they afraid of the Fang deities and an all-knowing God? Is it something that brings joy and harvest, or is it something that you're supposed to be afraid of and sacrifice animals and humans to keep it bay?
I think he had two sides of the coin. Like a lot of the Hindu gods are, one aspect is terrible, the other aspect is lovely. I think he had that same sorts of qualities, because we do see him as a fierce warrior taking people's heads off, and he is a jaguar, which in and of itself implies a certain power and ferocity. But then there are other funny things about him, like he is definitely involved in a lot of healing ceremonies, and a lot of those healing ceremonies are involved with sex acts when it comes to the moche. There's this whole group of sexual pottery where priests are having sex with women or men, and some of them show their faces transforming into that Fang deity, like he is acting through them. But the thing that most cracks me up, that shows his softer side, is the Fang deity has a little puppy. He has a puppy that's like just dancing around his feet and like jumping up on him in various scenes. They see him again and again. Sometimes he's in these healing sex scenes. In fact, I tracked that puppy from other contexts to these sex scenes where where a priest was having sex with somebody in a house, and there's a Fang deity, and there's a puppy just scratching at the door like, hey, you forgot me. And then finally one day I found one with the puppy having sex with the woman instead of the Fang deity. I was like, oh, he really is very involved in this. What is this weird puppy? So he likes to take heads off, but he also has a puppy he adores.
This awesomely makes sense now, because I saw the opening of the paper you wrote 30 years ago on shamanism and mocha civilization. It reads, the mocha are the major focus of this paper. Sex, puppies, and headhunting will be shown to be related to ancient mocha shamanism. So now I understand. I was looking at the puppies,
yeah.
And the headhunting. That's the decapitator.
And I've added rock and roll to that list since, actually. Which rock and roll area, music is also a big part of it.
Interesting.
They call spirits down. There's this whole spirit world. There's the ancestors. And the people that drink San Pedro cactus juice they don't talk about the Fang deity anymore. I think Christianity in 500 years has somewhat put him in the back. It was unpopular to have a pagan deity. So they don't talk about him much anymore, though he's still around. They're in, around Trujillo, they call him Hayapet. But music play in the Amazon, they play flutes, sometimes a chorus of women sing, and that's supposed to bring the spirits down into the ceremony. There's a spirit that's hurting the person that's sick, and then the priest or the shaman or the curandero, whatever you want to call him, has his own posse of spirits that are going to help him figure out what's going on. So when the music starts, that's bringing those spirits in. And people don't see them unless they've imbibed the San Pedro cactus juice, which is this hallucinogen, which is, in the Amazon side, it was ayahuasca. On the coast, it was San Pedro cactus. But that's what allows you to actually see that other world.
Yeah, I went to the Amazon recently and did ayahuasca. I did. It's gold news. When in Rome, how far back?
Oh, I think longer than anybody can remember. But I mean, it's a natural plant. It's been there forever. I think that it's thousands and thousands of years. That's another thing that Gavin de Fontara was talking about, where I think the religion came from the Amazon. There's this wall on the back side that faces the Amazon side. So if you're entering the city from the Amazon path, you see this wall first. And it's a bunch of faces that some of them are human, some of them are total jaguar, and some of them are transforming in between. But there's a group of them that are midway through transformation, and they show their nostrils leaking out this snot that's coming down their face. San Pedro doesn't do that to you, but ayahuasca does. Ayahuasca, traditionally, they'd take a blowgun and shoot it up your nose or up your ass. But it was a lot of times up your nose. And when it shoots up your nose, the first thing that happens is just this gush of snot comes out of you. And there are stone depictions of people uncontrollably snotting on the backside of this temple from 3,000 years ago.
That, you think, could have been a big component of the development of religion dominance?
I think that hallucinations opens the mind then like that they open the mind now.
Do you think that, the Stone Age period, do you think that actually could have been an actual catalyst for the formation of civilization?
In the Americas, yes, I do. Though, hallucinogens are not part of every ancient tradition in the world. In fact, strangely, the majority of plants that are actually psychotropic, not just mood-altering, are from here in the Americas. There are very few drugs that will make you hallucinate outside of the Americas. Of course, now they're global, and they can be grown all over. But originally speaking, very, very few were outside of the Americas. So they were part of the experience here in a way that they just couldn't be in other places.
I wonder if the reader was part of the ritual, the creative force behind sort of art, versus like literally the methods by which you come up with ideas that define a civilization. Like, the degree to which they had a role in the formation of civilization. It's kind of fun to think about psychedelics being as a critical role in the formation of civilization.
I think in terms of South America, they probably really weren't. In North America, where we're in the more northern climate here, and there are less of them, not so much, at least in terms of psychedelics. Things like tobacco was always a big part of it. But a lot of it, there's more than one way to reach a hallucinatory state. The hard way is starvation, sleep deprivation, and so the Maya, for example, would go sleep deprivation, starvation, and then they cut themselves very badly. And that loss of blood, we believe, triggers hallucinations and vision. Nothing to do with drugs. So it's much of a drug threat.
It's the result, not the tools aren't the thing that creates insight. It's the result. So
that getting to the hallucinogens are poisonous. They're killing. That's it's a near death state, and people of the Americas sleeping was entering that other world. At death, you entered this other world, and when you took this mighty dose of poison, it was helping you enter that other world.
Yeah, kind of like my town, little got poison. And maybe that poison is a gift for invention. So who were the early the mother cultures, mother civilizations? What is, if we look chronologically, is there a label to put on the first peoples that emerged?
That picture is evolving. I mean, forever, it was just the Chavin people that we've been talking about, the ones with all the first depictions of religious art, were the mother culture. And they certainly did transmit a lot of stuff. But then all of a sudden, we find Chorale. The next one that we've barely even begun looking at, but it's probably older than Chorale, is Sachin culture. I was just poking around there last year, and just from the bus on the highway, I could see, like, that's a pyramid out there. Oh, there's another one. And I know how old the stuff we have studied there is. It's, again, 3000 BCE. We're just barely beginning to understand them. Chorale frustrates me to no end, the lack of art there. We've got, stones and bones and not even ceramics to go on. And they didn't have the courtesy to leave their best process. So I don't know what those people do.
Right, so one of the ways to understand what people believe is looking at the art, the stories told through the art, and then hopefully deciphering if they were doing any kind of writing.
That's our most fruitful place to try to get at this elusive ideas.
Yeah, and it sucks when they don't have art. If we just go back to the Amazon, you mentioned that it's possible that there's a lost civilization there. There's a lot of names, a lot of or El Dorado? I think it's possible it existed.
The City of Z and El Dorado are pretty different places. El Dorado, the ideas of where it is kind of center around towards Colombia.
Okay.
And City of Z is named after a region of Brazil called the Xingu. And so those are an America worth of distance apart. You know, the entire, people don't really think about it on the map, but the entire United States would fit inside the Amazon. That's how big that place is. And these two are on either end, but both of them have evidence of civilization. These big, so it's lowland and it floods all the time. So what they did is they make these big mounds and then they make huge causeways between mounds so they could walk through their cities while they were seasonally inundated. And a bunch of that stuff has been found in the Xingu area, like huge areas that would support tens of thousands of people. Again, you know, it's not stone built, and it's been under the forest forever, so it's very torn up. But it's there. Now, you know, Brazil is big on cattle farming more than ever. And a thing that I think is completed now is Brazil and Bolivia partnered together and built a highway all the way across and opened up a whole bunch more land, which has found more of these, what we call like geometric earthworks. So there's more and more evidence of these civilizations. It's not a could be there. It's there, for sure.
By the way, the people who are trying to protect the rainforest really hate the highway. One of the things I've learned is if you build a road, loggers will come.
Yep.
And then we'll start cutting stuff down. Now, from an archaeology perspective, if you cut down trees, you get to discover things. But from a sort of protective, very precious rainforest perspective, it's obviously the opposite way. But it is interesting, that scene where loggers cut through the forest, and then and when they leave, the forest heals itself very quickly.
So quickly.
And, you know, you just think that across decades, you expand that to centuries, and you could see how civilization could be completely swallowed up by the rainforest.
And it happened for sure in the Amazon. You know, one of the ways that we're trying to push the frontier of where people were in the Amazon, because yes, the trees and just the biomass have eaten so much evidence. But they're finding more and more of these places that they call terra preta, which is black earth. And they're huge swaths of it. So I guess the anthropology term is anthropogenic landscapes. Mm-hmm. And what they're saying is that really dark earth couldn't have just got that way through natural forest processes. That sometime in the distant past, that forest wasn't there, and there was major farming and human activity to the point where they totally turned the soil black, and it's much more enriched. And when I took a trip into the Amazon, I went from Manaus up the river, the Black River, a couple of days, and went and met some different communities, and I asked them about this black earth, and they were like, "Yeah, that's why we're here. Sometimes we move our village, but when we move, we look for the terra preta, and that's where we're going to put our village, because that's the place that all of our gardens go. The other places, they don't."
One of the things we talked about, literally just ask us questions. And the story, all the secrets are carried by the people, and they'll tell you.
Yeah, there's so many of them. You know, the thing that excites the world about archaeology right now is Göbekli Tepe. And it's, 10,000. Now Koran Tepe is 11,000. The whole area is called the Tas Tepler. We only found it a couple of decades ago. But it was just, an archaeologist roaming through the area and asked a sheep herder, "Hey, you guys know where anything ancient is?" "Oh, yeah. Let me show you this." And then all of a sudden we've got a lost civilization. And the shepherds always knew where it was. Just nobody asked them.
So speaking of Göbekli Tepe, what do you think about the work of Graham Hancock, who also believes that there's a lost civilization in the Amazon?
Well, I've met Graham, and personally, I like him. He's a nice guy, got a nice sense of humor, and I think he's smart. And I also think he is a very good researcher. He and I are working on the same set of facts. The difference is our interpretations. I do not believe Graham's idea that a single, now lost ancient civilization seeded the rest of them. I just don't see that on a number of levels, artifact-wise, technology-wise, art historical analysis. So I think his research is great. I think that he's very well read, in fact, better read than a lot of my colleagues. But his conclusions I disagree with. And he and I have talked about this and had a very civil and normal conversation about it and agreed to disagree without spitting any venom at any point in the conversation.
That would be a fun argument to be a fly on the wall for. So he believes he's proposed as possible to have a man-made drug to planted there by advanced ancient civilization. Is there any degree to which that could be possible?
Frankly, I agree with him. I mean, it's just like what I was just talking about. It's the conclusion part that we differ from. But the facts that he's basing that on are that Terra Preta, are the huge geometric earthworks, are the ever-increasing evidence of them. They are now from the bottom of Bolivia to Guyana. They're everywhere. Every time we open up the jungle, we find these big works. So yes, there was a vast civilization that was there. How advanced they were is a question, and also a perspective thing. Graham really focuses in on what we don't know and what could be.
Just to educate me, what's the key idea that he's proposing that you disagree with? Is it was the level of advancement the civilization was, or how large and centralized it was?
My main point of disagreement is that his ideas evolve like everybody's. No scientist or researcher in anything has an idea at the beginning of their career and holds it till the day they die. His ideas are evolving, but his ideas remain, four of them are, that there was a very advanced, single, ancient civilization that was utterly destroyed by climatic conditions, and the younger Dryas hypothesis is part of that most recently. He used to not say that, now he's into this meteor thing. Mm-hmm. But he believes that civilization was destroyed, but that members of it escaped this cataclysm and then spread out all over the world to seed all of the world's civilizations for the next revival. There's where I disagree with him. I think these were independent civilizations that grew up in their own ways, that they were not seeded by some more advanced civilization from the past, and that they all hold things in common because they have this common ancestry of in his early books he suggested it's Atlantis. I don't think he suggests that anymore, but he still hangs on to the single advanced, now completely lost civilization. And archaeology, we don't have we're all of our ideas of theories. Very few of them are facts. And we're not, we could have the story wrong, but one thing we're real good at is finding stuff. I mean, we find fish scales. So I find it just too big a pill to swallow that there was a civilization that was that technologically advanced and that large that we couldn't even find a potsherd.
Yeah. And of course, it is a compelling story that there's a single civilization from which all of this came from. Because the alternative is, the idea that we came across the Bering Strait from Asia, went all the way down to South America, and got isolated, and created all these marvelous, sophisticated civilizations and ideas, including religious ideas, that look similar to other, everybody has a flood myth.
Right.
So there's a lot of similarities. Everybody's in agreement. Yeah. But there could be a lot of other explanations. And for even if it's a simple, compelling explanation, there has to be evidence. And what would that
So
evidence
that's the bottom line. I mean, everything's theories. And as responsible scientists, we're trying to disprove our theories. We are not supposed to be trying to prove our theories. That's one more foot out of the science box that archaeology often steps. We're supposed to be disproving what we think is happening, not proving it.
Yeah, you don't want to lean into the mystery too much. I mean, it's such a weird discipline. You're operating in you're really in a dark room. You're feeling around in a dark room, so it's mostly mystery. I would say a lot of sciences operate in a mostly well-lit room. It's like a dark corner, and you're kind of figuring out a way to light it. But in archaeology, most of it is a mystery, right?
Yes, it's job security. I like that part. But I do also try to always remind myself that every paradigm-shifting idea that humans have ever had began as heresy and lunacy. That guy was crazy up to the second he was brilliant. And so we got to keep our minds open to the things that sound outlandish, because one of them eventually is going to lead us to the big paradigm shift. And if we're busy burning books of ideas that we don't like, that's where we close our minds to the possibility of advancement.
I really love that, and I really appreciate you saying that. One of the fascinating things about just the Amazon to me is that there's still a large number of uncontacted tribes. And to rewind back into ancient history, you can imagine all of these tribes that existed in the Amazon that were isolated, very sort of distinct from each other. Can you speak to your understanding of these tribes and their history that are still here today?
Well, a lot of them are these, by uncontacted, we mean we don't know anything about these guys. We know roughly where they are, but places like Ecuador have very responsible policies where no one's allowed to go contact them. So we have a dearth of information. If they walk out of the jungle and talk to us, that's one thing, but we don't go out there looking for them. But they do seem, frozen in time, and I don't think any of us have a good estimation of how long they've been like that. But we were saying earlier that, humans change based on pressures of their environment. It's mother necessity is oftentimes how we invent things or why we change. It's pressure. And one thing the Amazon is, once you, figure out how not to die in it, it's a paradise of food. Food's falling from the sky all the time there. And once you learn to adapt to that environment, you've got very little need. There's no pressure to make anything else. Things are working.
So the modern human that comes across these uncontacted tribes, one of the things they document and notice is the propensity of these tribes for violence. So they get very aggressive in attacking whoever they come across.
And not just foreigners, they attack each other. The Yanomamo are famous for just having never-ending feuds with each other.
What do you think is the philosophy behind that?
I don't, I'm a relatively peaceful person, but I've got the monster in me like everybody does. And I think these, it's cultural norms that become institutionalized. For the Yanomamo, they really, part of the rite of passage to be a man is to go kill or maim somebody from an outer village. And they go in there, they oftentimes, the way they don't let inbreeding set in and ruin everybody, not that they think of it scientifically, but they typically go and steal women from far-off communities. And that starts a big fight. Another thing that starts fights for them nobody even thought is illness. Illness in the Amazon and all of the ancient Americas wasn't seen as a biological thing, it's a spiritual thing. So if somebody in your village is sick, the question is asked, well, what spirit is menacing him, until you called it out on him. And then the rumor starts. Well, I bet you it was Joe over there in that other community. He's still pissed off at that time when you stole his daughter. And we ought to go up there and kill him. And then he'll get better. And so this round of never-ending violence, Hatfields and McCoys had that thing. And the people of New Guinea also do that. So it's not, there are certain areas, mostly wooded areas, when I think about it, where people hide out and they attack each other as a cultural institution. It's such a tricky thing to do, to study anything like that without obviously context. Because now the language, the philosophy of mind, how they communicate, the hierarchies out there, and there was a fascinating story in Peru, I guess it was probably 8 years ago or something, but there was a ranger from one of the biology stations who, just in the by and by of protecting his area, met one of these uncontacted tribes and befriended someone, not the whole tribe, but he made some friends who would meet him in the woods, not in their community. And he started to learn their language over a couple of years. And so he was with this older guy who actually used to be the first dancer that taught these people. And one day, a couple of them just came out of the woods and just plugged him with arrows and killed him. And then they went back in the woods. Like, that's the one guy who understands what we're saying. We can with him and move our business.
So those folks really lean into the, as you said, the monster. This is the puppy.
Everybody's got it. I think we need to listen to our better edge, because it's because we as a human species can easily evolve into just using violence and against others to get what we want to. It's a daily choice we make not to be savages.
Which is a fascinating thing to remember. I'm kind of thinking civilized society would move past all that. But it can be summoned. Like in 1984, there were 2 minutes of hate. With the right words, that primal thing can be summoned and directed and lead to a lot of destruction.
And our sports are really based on taking those kinds of urges and channeling them positive where somebody's not dead at the end of it.
Yep. So, at which point did what we now call the Maya civilization arise?
That's another complicated one. Another group living mostly in a jungle that we have barely begun to explore. The truth is, a lot of questions in the Amazon and what we're talking about now is just those aren't places that the average just want to live. They're horrible. I mean, I've been there. I don't want to live in a tent and eat rations. I want to live in a nice town. So a lot of the places where the answers are, we still really haven't gotten there, because it takes a special person to be educated enough to know what they're looking at and tough enough to want to be there. Like a nice little podcast studio. But seriously, the Maya, the first hint that we see people who are culturally Maya, very close to where the time period for that Chavin culture is, about 1800 BCE. There's a culture that some call the Mokaya, not Maya. But they're on the Pacific coast where Guatemala and Mexico connect. It's called the Soconusco. And those are the first people that are really going to be culturally Maya. And they're interacting with the culture that has traditionally been seen as Mexico's mother culture, which is the Olmec. They're kind of the same thing as we were talking about in South America, where the Maya, the original Maya, there's not a whole lot to indicate that they have a religion. But the Olmec has this religion they develop, and they start exporting it. And you see the Maya become more and more involved in the religion that's being created by the Olmec, who are to the north of the swamps of what we call the swamp.
I have a lot of questions to ask here about just the natural stupid confusion I have. The first, did the Maya or the Olmec come first? And Are they distinct groups? Like, how do you maintain a distinct civilization when you're so close together?
I just finished filming a whole thing on the Olmecs and their interaction with the Maya for the Great Course that I'm thrilled for it to come out next spring. I think they pull it off. Archaeology in this regard is the worst enemy of this. We put these names on places. We talk about how they evolved from one to another. We draw these lines where there aren't any time periods that a culture magically transforms into somebody with another name, where I'm pretty sure they didn't care about any of those names. But the Maya and the Olmec are two parts of a larger interaction sphere that's happening in Mesoamerica, a very dynamic time. The Olmec are really bringing the religion time, but the other areas are bringing technology, ceramic technology, making hematite mirrors, making tools out of obsidian and other stone types. So you've got Olmec in the middle, where Mexico gets skinny and it gets swampy down there. That's called the Isthmus of Swamp. That's where the Olmec are. Then you've got the Maya to the east of that. Then you have the Valley of Oaxaca, where the people of Zapotec, they're rising up. And then you have the Valley of Mexico, which will eventually become the Aztecs, but not millennia. All of those areas are interacting with each other.
Can we just also draw some more lines?
Yeah, sure.
So what is Mesoamerica and what is South America? And what you just said to the Maya, the Jews, maybe on the geography that we're talking about here in the 1,000 BC?
Yeah, the time period we're talking about where the Olmec are there, 1,000 BC is a great midpoint of it. I'd say it starts about 1800 BCE, and by 500 BCE, the Olmec are gone. And a whole new wave of civilization and population increase happens. In terms of Mesoamerica, looking at your map here, I'd say about halfway through the Chihuahua Desert up there in the top left. That's about the boundary of Mesoamerica. There's this big desert where almost nobody lives, and once you get north enough, you get into the ancestral Pueblo people of what's now America, the Four Corners area. They're not Mesoamerican. They have different lives.
Where does modern Mexico end?
Modern Mexico ends right, you see the name Maya there with the white line around it? That's Guatemala. Mm-hmm. So Guatemala cuts off most of Mexico from Central America.
Mm-hmm.
But Mesoamerica only goes about halfway through Honduras. And then it's really kind of a no man's land. Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, they really, they're neither. They're not Mesoamerica, they're not South America. They're more South America because they've got some gold there. But then basically you get on the other side of Panama and you're fully in South America with two distinct groups too. You've got the guys that are on the Andes on the west coast, and then you have the Amazon.
So the west, the Andes and the Amazon are very distinct. So when you refer to the Andean region, is that referring to the Andes and the Amazon, or just the Andes?
Just the Andes, and the coast that to the Pacific there. That's Andean civilization.
So did Maya make it to the Andes, the Andean region?
Not that archaeology can prove, but it's almost certain that they interacted with each other. Number one, it's just, it's biased to think that these people couldn't travel as widely as people on the other side of the planet did. But there's all sorts of hints, like that first ceramics I was talking about that the Maya made. They show up strangely sophisticated technologically already. And down in Ecuador, they had them for 1,000 years before. So a lot of people, myself included, think that the idea of ceramics actually came from South America to the Maya.
Did the Maya get seeded by the second wave across the Atlantic, or did that initial wave of people that came and populated South America, were they the ancestors of Maya? Like, how did the migration happen here? Do we understand?
We're still piecing it together. I don't think, I'd be lying if I told you I had the answer. But we do have evidence of Maya stature people. They're a small people. Generally speaking, people that grow up in the forest are smaller, and people that grow up in the open plains are taller. Probably about, just generations of people that hit their head on a branch or not.
You're joking, but there could be something to that.
I think there's some truth to it. I mean, the pygmies are small, and the people on the plains in Africa are big. The North American Indians are tall, and the Maya are small. There's definitely a pattern of smaller people in the forests. But anyway, there's a cave in the Yucatan called Loltun Cave that has handprints in the cave. It's somebody who put their hand on the cave and spit charcoal around their hand like a negative print.
Yeah.
We can date that charcoal, and it comes from 10,000 years ago. And the hands are all small. It's, typical old Mexico. I walked right up to these things and could put my hand, I didn't, mess with them, but I put my hand next to these hands, and they're all smaller than my, Northern European hand. And so either it was a bunch of kids who were in this cave 10,000 years ago, or it was people of Maya stature who did it.
It's so cool that you can date the charcoal, and it's so cool that 10,000 years ago.
And actually, we have one that's, I think, 2,000 years older now. Just a couple years ago, again in Yucatan, in a cave, they found a woman they named Nadia. And she's like 12,000 years old.
So the best guess it goes across the Bering Strait to South America, possibly the Amazon, develop a lot of cool ideas in the Amazon, and start drifting back up into Mesoamerica.
It was kind of a coevolution. The technology of ceramics, I think, got there through an interaction.
See, the interesting thing is that the Maya didn't really have religion. They didn't have as a vibrant religious set of ideas, and they borrowed it from the Olmec.
I've been doing a deep dive on this for this Olmec course that I just did, and it really does seem like these other cultures that have jade and hematite and obsidian, the Olmec had none of that stuff. They were living in a swamp and building things out of dirt. But they were importing those materials from those areas, carving them into all sorts of religious iconography, and then exporting them back to them.
And so the Fang deity?
No, the Fang deity's nowhere in Central America and Mesoamerica. That's why there's jaguars, there's jaguar iconography, but it's not the same thing. This whole jaguar transformer deity does not exist there. They do have a thing.
So the Maya, the Olmec, the interesting people of the regions, what was their, I'd love to ask questions about Kool-Aid. So one question I'm curious about, what was their sense when they looked up at the stars? What was their conception of the cosmos?
That's a question I've spent my entire career trying to answer. I think that they saw it as proof of the cyclical nature of life. And certainly they saw, like every ancient priest did, like, are those the gods? Why are those things so far away? But I think that the Maya especially looked at it with a much more mathematical mind than most did. So they watched these things move every night. And if you do that even today, you notice that all the stars move in tandem. They're just this blanket. They're like this curtain. They're the stage upon which some very important things are dance. And that's the moon, the sun, and the planet. There's 5 planets. So they started watching us. Why are just those 7 moving differently than the rest? And those are the things that they keyed on mathematically. The sun, of course, was also involved in the agricultural cycle, so that was important in and of itself. But the planets, we can see them coming up with ideas, definitely doing the math and seeing that there's a repeated cycle, and then coming up with mythology around them. Like Venus for them was associated with war. And they had very ritualized times to go to war. It had something to do with sometimes in the classic period Maya, it was the first appearance of Venus as the morning star. That was a good time to go to battle with your name. And when it became the post-classic with like Chichen being the capital of Yucatan, then it looks like, if you watch Venus day after day, it goes slowly up every day. And then when it hits its highest point as morning star in the morning, it goes down to the earth like 3 times as fast. All of a sudden, it just shoots down and hits the earth. And so the people of post-classic Maya civilization saw that as the gods shooting a spear into the earth. And that was a good time to attack the neighbors. That was like wartime, when the spear was going to hit the earth.
And so, we just had foundations that time scale. Yeah, that's the starting point. And then you just look out there and you just see the stuff. Well, you can just measure the cycle.
Yeah, and they did it really well. Now, of course, they are the only ones to develop a fully elaborated writing system in all of the Americas. The South America had the Kipu, but it's so different than our writing, we're still trying to figure out what the heck it is. We know there's math there, too. But they had the ability to take a lifetime worth of measurements and hand it to the next generation, who would then do it more and do it more. That's how they figured out kind of the holy grail of ancient astronomy. How good were they? Was whether they could see the precession of the equinoxes. The fact that we're just barely wobbling in the 26,000-year period where the stars as that backdrop will spin all the way around and come back. It's 26,000 years. But the Maya were able to figure out, wait, it's moving 1 degree every 72 years, and did a calculation based on where it should be in the ancient past. And they're using constellations. They're showing us they know by saying, like, this planet's in this constellation right now, and 33,000 years ago, it would be in this constellation.
It's just fascinating that they were able to figure this out. I would love to sort of understand the details of the scientific community, if you can call it that.
I think we absolutely could. And that's actually one of the things that I'm hoping to move the needle on in my generation with my career, is to give these cultures the respect they deserve as standing toe-to-toe with the rest of our ancient civilizations we respect. That there are things that should be called science that are not being called science at the moment. Their math is incredible. Their hydraulic engineering is incredible. Their chemistry is incredible. And so I hope to talk about these things differently as a way to get people to recognize the achievements in a different way.
Yeah, I mean, unquestionably incredible scientific work in the astronomy sense, especially here. Can you speak to all the sophisticated aspects of the Mayan calendar that they've developed?
I know, you got another 5 hours?
Yeah, let's go. I should no, I'm kidding. I should say that you also gave me the 2024 Mayan calendar.
Yeah, I do this just to, show the world that calendar system is evergreen. It can go into the future or the past for billions of years in the system they made, just like our system is.
But can you speak to the 3 components here as I'm reading? The Tolkien, the Hob, and the long count? What are these fascinating components of the calendar?
It's neat how obsessed they were really math nerds. It wasn't good enough for them to just make one cycle to describe time. They had all these cycles that interlocked into each other like cogs in a machine. So they never thought of it like that. But the 13's their oldest one, and the one that still endures today. There are millions of Maya people that are living their lives based on a 260-day count. No weeks, no months. It's just 13 numbers combined with 20 day names for a total of 260 days, and then it goes again. Everybody in the Highlands knows what their birthday is in that calendar, knows what it means about their personality and the kind of jobs that they're supposed to do. Each one of those days has their own spirit and what's supposed to happen in those days. The Maya collectively call them the mom, the grandmother, grandfather spirits. And they talk to each one of those days, and they pray to them. There's now an association of some 8,000 people that are called Aki, that are day keepers who are keeping the days. And they're also like community psychologists almost. People come to them and say, you know, my life is mixed up. What's wrong here? Well, let's ask the mom. Like, okay, well, it looks like you're not doing this or that, or you know what? You're an accountant. You're not supposed to be an accountant. You're supposed to be, a midwife. What are you doing? You're living your life wrong. You're a Keeb. You need to start being a Keeb first.
They take extremely seriously the day on which you're born, what that means, like the spirit that embodies that day.
Right. Like I'm Keeb. I'm 13 Keeb, and it says it's funny how accurate a lot of them are. Mine is basically I'm an irresponsible husband and parent, but people like me, so my family still prospers. Like, well, God, that's horribly accurate.
I mean, some of it is also the chicken or the egg. If you truly believe, so if you construct a society where this calendar is truly sacred, then it kind of like you manifest a lot of the spirit does manifest itself in the life of the people that are born on that spirit's day.
Absolutely. And the Maya really feel this in this system. So that's the core system. This 260-day calendar was the very first calendar they made thousands of years ago, and it's the one that's most important today.
Why 260 days, by the way? Is there a reason you have
From most Maya agree with this today, and you know, who knows what the original architects thousands of years ago were thinking, but it's 9 months. It's the human gestation period. So if you conceived on the day 13 monkey, chances are your kid's coming out on or near 13 months. And I think it's beautiful. I mean, if that's right, that means the Maya and the people of Mesoamerica will all share it together. When they thought about, we need a count of time that's for us. They didn't look up into the heavens. They looked like into their bodies. What's the first cycle that we actually go through as humans? And they picked this 9-month thing. It really is our cycle. And no other culture on the planet looked inside themselves to create their calendar like that.
So that's the oldest one and the sacred one that still carries through to today. What's the second one, the Hob?
The Hob is the solar calendar, the one that everybody on the planet eventually comes up with. We know it's second, though, because when they start talking about it, they use all the symbols and the numbers from the 260 one. They say, well, we need a solar one, too. Let's just keep counting this another 105 days, and we'll get to 365.
Oh, interesting. They kind of carry the same. Got it. And that's useful because for this sort of agriculture, all this kind of thing.
Right. Though, interestingly, they never put a leap year in. The Hob is also called the vague year because it's just 365, which means every year they're off a quarter of a day, and eventually it starts really adding up. In fact, it's even caused modern problems. In this calendar here, I just do the straight math from 1,000 years ago. And so I place the beginning of the solar year differently than some Maya groups do, especially the guys in the highlands of eastern Guatemala. They write me nasty emails saying, I don't know what time of year is. But their relatives changed it in the 1950s because their agricultural cycle was so far off, they moved it 60 days back to make it in the spring again. But it drifts, which is strange because it's not a very good thing for the agricultural cycle. It's one of these mysteries we still don't have an explanation for.
So that's the Hob. And then what's the long count?
The long count, they're really mysterious, cool one because it's a linear count of days, which are not like that. it's a bunch of cycles like ours. Our weeks are a cycle, our months are a cycle. But it's weird in that its estimation of the year in the long count system is only 360 days. So it's miserably off a solar year. And they count in base 20. So they count, like we count in tens with decimals, they count in base 20, the decimal. And so it should be, there's ones, there's 20s, there's 400s, there's 8,000s, there's 160,000s. It goes just like our tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, but it's times 20. So that so they have days, months of 20 days, and then they have these years that should be by their math 400, but it's only 360, and that throws the whole thing out of whack going further up. Then they have a 20-year period and a 400-year period. 400 years to their calendar, but it's only, by that time, it's only 396 years in our reckoning. So it's mysterious that why did they tweak it at the year to be only 360 days? That doesn't follow any astronomy, that's not the human cycle.
Yeah, but it's interesting that they build up towards thinking about very long periods of time, like Bactoons is 144,000 days.
Right. Or a Bactoon is 400 of the long counts years. So it's kind of like our millennium. We think it's a big deal when we hit a millennium or a century. They have a 20-year period that they do a lot of celebrations on called a Katoon, and then they have 400 Bactoon, which is the big one. That's like their millennium. And 13 of those Bactoons occurred in the creation before us. They also think that that the world has had multiple creations. They're not alone in that. There's lots of ancient civilizations who say that, but we're technically in the fourth creation. And they have a creation story called the Popol Vuh. And the Popol Vuh is clear as day that the third creation ends with the help of these heroes called the Hero Twins, and the fourth creation begins. And so on the Maya monuments, we see them doing the math through the long count, and we can calculate it back very exactly. It happened, the fourth creation started on August 11th, 3114 BC. And it doesn't say it's day one. It says it's the last day of the 13th Bactoon of the third creation, which leads us to believe that a creation is only 13 Bactoons long.
Right. So, and this would be the fourth creation. The calendar starts fourth creation.
But if you do the math, going from 3114 BC and count 13 Bactoons forward, you get to 2012.
And hence the very popular notion that 2012, whenever that was, December
21st, 2012.
Would be the end of the world.
Right.
So can you explain this?
Those were very fruitful years for me. I had so many lectures around the country. That's like Garrett Morris and Saturday Night Live. The apocalypse was very, very good to me.
That is pretty interesting. So that would be, so technically it would be in the fifth. No.
Yeah, technically we'd be in the fifth. So my argument was that actually, if you look through all the corpus of Maya mathematics and calendars, they never say anything like that. In fact, there's a handful of dates that tell us that the fourth creation does continue farther on. That Bactoon place should have 20 Bactoons in it, like their counting system would dictate, not 13. And there's a place in Palenque, there's a place in the Dresden Codex, and one other place I'm forgetting that all talk about time after 2012. So how does that happen? That's a conflict.
Is there supposed to be an overlap of the So it's like 13 is the core of it, and it's 21.
They love the number 13. It's all over the place. It's a magic number to them. My explanation, which I admit is not very solid, but I think that the magical deeds of the hero twins in their creation story at the end of the third creation hit the magical reset button, and that it just restarted time right there because of their magic. But that was not to say that the natural Baktun cycle should be 13. And there are certain texts that go way forward in time or way backward in time, and whenever they want to do that, there are higher increments than just the Baktun. Above that, there's the Pictun, then there's the Kalabatun, then there's Alawatun, and it goes on and on. And these are like 160,000 years. Huge increments of time. Whenever they want to do that, and they talk about a long period of time, they start putting 13s in all of those increments, those higher increments. And I think what they're saying is they're making an esoteric statement about the never-ending nature of time. That's what I think they're telling us in those texts, that time goes on forever. Magical.
But they still had a conception that it didn't go on forever before, right? But there was other civilizations that came before, and this is the fourth creation.
This is the fourth creation, and the gods made everybody. The first ones were made of mud, and they melted. The second ones were made of sticks, because they were dirt for the animals. The third ones were like, but flawed, and some everything. And then we're finally made of the blood of the gods and corn. We're made out of corn, so we're perfect. And as it explains to us, the Popol Vuh does, we got it right this time. There's no reason to believe that this creation has a set duration. Well, one of the weird things is that the Aztecs, who we talked to a lot at Contact, they also had the concept of multiple creations before us, but they were real clear to the Spanish that they weren't all the same time element. Some of them were in the 300s of years. Some of them were in the 700s of years, but they were not the same time period. So our mathematical logic that if the third creation was 13, this one must be third creation, also be 13. It's in direct opposition to what the Aztecs told us about the nature of creations. They're different time periods.
Why do you think there was the myth of the previous creations? Did they have some kind of long, multi-generational memory of prior civilizations?
It may have had some echo in the flood myths.
It's the same kind of major myth carried through long periods of time.
There's a lot of different opinions about it, and they're like, if they were all 13, if we have 5 creations like the Aztecs said, and they were all 13, they would come up to roughly 25,000 something years, which is very close to that precessional cycle. So some people are like, they designed it all to be one completion of the precession of the equinox.
And I mean,
that I don't believe that one, but that one sure sounds good. That's going to get a lot of internet here.
And one of the things I do obviously wonder about is why the flood myth is part of like most societies and most religions.
I think that one's pretty easy. It's the end of the Ice Age, when the bathtub filled back up.
It's just the Ice Age.
It's seas filling back up.
And they, without really understanding what happened, they just carried that story.
Everybody knows that everybody's nice coastal village went underwater, and they had to seek higher ground.
And then just like people like talking about the weather, everybody was talking about the weather for many generations as the sea level was going up, and then that myth carried.
Why do we live here, Grandpa? Well, we used to live over there, but then the water came.
and then many grandpas later, it just kind of permeates every idea.
It becomes mythology, but global mythology. So that one, there's a lot of things I don't have a reasonable explanation for, but the flood myth is almost certainly the rise in sea level.
So this idea that every day represents, that carries a spirit, there's modern day astrology. Most people kind of consider astrology this maybe a bit unscientific woo-woo type of set of beliefs. But do you think there's some wisdom that astrology carries? From your scholarship of the Maya calendar, do you think if it goes back to the astrological perspective on the world, do you think there's some wisdom there?
I don't know. I have a woo-woo part of me. I would like to believe that stuff, but I don't think as a scientist I cannot come up with a biological, scientific reason why that would be true. And, when you look at it objectively, I mean, really, is everybody born with the sign Scorpio a moody person? That's just objectively not true. But it is funny how oftentimes these Maya horoscopes, for lack of a better word, do hit the mark. There was some student who surveyed like 300 people with the app I made and asked them about their Greek sign and their Maya sign, and his conclusion for his term paper was that the Maya one was working way better. Which that's fascinating. At least that's fun. But no, I think I'm too much of a scientist to believe that. I just don't have any foundation in science that would allow us to believe that the month in which we were born in a cycle sets our personality and destiny.
I agree, and yet there's so much mystery all around us that what I do like is the inbuilt humility to that worldview. That there's this whole, you can call it a spiritual world, but a world that we don't quite understand. And then you can wonder about what is the wisdom that world carries. And then you can construct all kinds of systems to try to interpret that. And then there is where the human hubris can come in, and it's good to be humbled by how little we know, I suppose.
I do love the mysteries of the world, and I would love to find an ancient civilization, but I don't want to solve the mysteries of the world. I think they're one of the things that make world life worth living.
That's true. That's true. You mentioned the Maya writing system. What are some interesting aspects of their language that they've used, in the written language that they use?
Well, one of the things that confound me as a guy who's spent, a better portion of my life studying it, I had the honor of being the student of Linda Sheely right here at the University of Texas at Austin. She got the group together who broke the Maya code of hieroglyphics in the 1970s. So I learned from the best and loved every minute of it. I miss Linda.
Can you speak to that code, actually, the hieroglyphic code, and what it takes to break it?
Oh boy! I mean, what a thing. We had kind of a Rosetta Stone. We had a page out of Diego de Landa's book, a priest who was converting the Maya in Yucatan, asked his informants about their writing system and what every sound meant, and he was convinced they had an alphabet like we do. So he got this Maya guy, sat down in Spanish, and he said, okay, you're going to write all the symbols right here in my book. Write an A here, write a B here, write a C here. And that guy just wrote all of the sounds that the priest told him to write. They were actually syllables. They were vowel, consonant combinations. They weren't an alphabet. But that turned into our Rosetta Stone of sorts. The big key is that the Maya still speak that same language. There are millions of Maya people who are speaking a version of Maya. Now, there's where I get confused. That we've got a single writing system that is intelligible. We've broken the code, so we know that it's basically the same writing system from the top of the Yucatan into Guatemala and El Salvador. But we have 33 Maya languages today that are mutually unintelligible. And we backwards project the language of what they spoke back then that the glyphs are in to something called Chol-T, which is a combination of Chol-T and Chol, two of those languages. But it doesn't work for me at all. How did, if there was one language, maybe two back then, how did it flower into 33 mutually unintelligible languages in just 500 years during acculturation and horrible infectious diseases that killed 90% of the population? How did that happen? So we're missing something huge here. I think it's more like Chinese, where Chinese letters, writing can be read in multiple languages and still understood. I don't know exactly the mechanics of how that would happen, but it just seems impossible that there are more languages, not less languages, in the Maya area after the last 500 years that they've been through.
So you think that there's some kind of process of either rapidly generating dialects, or there always has been these dialects, or I should say, they're distinct languages, even though there's a common writing system?
There must have been a way that multiple languages understood the same writing system. Or maybe there was something like Latin. You know how there was a period in Europe where, like, most people were illiterate, and there was this priesthood who all understood Latin, and they wrote in Latin.
Yeah.
Maybe the hieroglyphs represent a kind of Latin in the ancient Maya world.
Well, we don't really know, and there's not clear evidence to fill in the gaps of how it's possible to have that.
Right. But we did realize it was actually a Russian scholar named Yuri Konorozov who broke the code. The Americans and the Europeans were absolutely sure that the language was, that the written language was a dead language. But Yuri, not knowing any of that, not being filled with all of those thoughts from America and Europe, went about it in the way that he was taught in his grad school in Moscow, and just went to the dictionaries. And he looked at Yucatec language that they're speaking today, and he applied it to the symbol system, and he knew that there were certain sounds. He used Landa's alphabet, and he found there was his two key examples were a picture of a dog with a symbol over it and a picture of a turkey with a symbol over it. And a dog in Yucatec is Su. So he saw two symbols. So he said, this one's probably Su, and this one's U. And then the turkey was Poots. So it would be Ku ending in Su. And he showed how, look, you know, this is Su, this is Su. Those two things that should be Su are the same symbol. And that began this process of unraveling the syllables that we're still working on today.
That's fascinating. Just that decoding process is fascinating. Like, how do you even figure that out? And there's probably still... are you aware of any written languages that haven't been decoded yet?
Yeah, there's a number of them. There's Easter Island script. I was just talking to... we've apparently made a few advances there now. It's called Rongo. And we only have about maybe 25 examples of texts. But we're beginning to break that. There's also the big one is Harappan. Harappan, for a long time, we used to say there were 5 independent scripts on the planet. And those were Chinese, cuneiform, which is Mesopotamian, Egyptian, Maya, and then Harappan, which is from northern India. That's the only one that we've never cracked. And now all the epigraphy is translating these languages. They're all ganging up on Harappan and want to kick it off the list because we can't break it. It had a big enough symbol set, but no one's been able to crack it. And now they're saying it's just an elaborate symbol set and doesn't reflect the spoken word.
That's a hypothesis, but Which is would explain why it's so different.
Right. But, we could just be faced with a quitter generation. Maybe somebody will pick up the baton next generation.
These days, with
The other one that fascinates me is from the Americans. It's the keepers. The Inca had the keepers, which knotted string records, but it was definitely encoding more than just math. We know the math. I know lots. I can do the math keepers and figure out what they're totaling. Yeah, there's some people right there.
Kipu are recording devices fashioned from strings historically used by a number of cultures in the region of India and South America. A kipu usually consists of cotton or camel fiber strings. So it's a set of strings, and they're supposed to be what? To be saying something.
There's one long string that the little ones dangle off of, and each one of the dangling strings have sets of knots on them. And the knots, some of them are mathematical keepers, and those we can just do the math. We can prove that it's math. They also encoded languages. They had entire libraries in Cusco where Spanish conquistadors were brought through, and the caretakers of the libraries would just they'd say, pull that one down, read that one to me, and he'd pull it out and just read a history of something that happened 200 years earlier. So it was definitely writing. But in the 1570s, one head of the church there had all of the people that could read them, called Kipu Kamaya, gathered up, had them read all of their Kipus and transcribe them into Spanish books, and then had the Kipus burned and those people murdered.
Well, there you go.
And so we can't break the code still today, but we know it was absolutely a written language. So it wasn't written, it was weaved or knotted.
And there's still some people available that could be...
There's, I think now we've just crossed the 1,000.
you see that? 472. American 3130, go around, turn left and 350, flight maintain 3000.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We do have some breaking news right now of a really scary incident there happening at Reagan International Airport in the Washington, D.C. area. That's from our Fox 5 Skycam right now. According to D.C. Fire and EMS, I want to put this tweet up here. Take a look at what they are reporting that confirmed that a small aircraft is down in the Potomac River vicinity near Reagan National Airport. They say fireboats are on the scene, and you can see just how massive of a emergency management response is going on right now. So it's about 9:18 there in the nation's capital. If you're familiar with Reagan, if you're familiar with DCA, you know that parts of the tarmac are right near the Potomac River shore, and that is what we are learning. That it confirmed, according to DC Fire, that a small aircraft is down in the Potomac River vicinity of Reagan Airport. Fireboats are on the scene. So I want to be very precise with our language here. I'm not entirely sure if that means that this small aircraft is down in the Potomac, fully near the Potomac, or say near the tarmac, near the Potomac at DCA here. So we are looking to get all of that confirmed. Those are the questions I have right now. But they did confirm that fireboats are on the scene. So whatever emergency management response this is, those fireboats have been deployed for their relevant tasks, whether or not that is trying to rescue the aircraft, those aboard the aircraft, and the like here. So we're going to stay in this. This is the only shot that we have right now. Some of our Fox 5 DC colleagues are also working to learn more details here. Take a look at this. From Shirin Raji there, saying confirmed small aircraft down in the Potomac River near Reagan. Fireboats on the scene. Reagan National saying all takeoffs and landings have been halted at DCA. Now the terminals remain open. Okay, so another new piece of information. It seems like a ground stop is in place there at Reagan International Airport. Yes, the terminals remain open, but no planes are landing, no planes are departing right now as we speak at Reagan. Let's take it back live here. This is our vantage point from this Fox 5 Skycam looking over the Potomac near Reagan. And you can see, though, how many of those flashing lights there are on the scene. So remember, details are very preliminary at the moment. Information is very scarce at the moment. We do not know what type of aircraft went down. All we know is it is a small aircraft, according to DC Fire. We don't know how many people were on board that said small aircraft. And hopefully those details will become more apparent in the minutes and hours ahead. So as you know, in the D.C. area, 3 major airports serve the D.C. area. Reagan, also known as DCA, then you got Dulles, and then you, of course, have Baltimore Airport as well, not too far away. But you can see there a lot of flashing lights, a lot of signs. Here's, they're all kind of congregated there. We also have somewhat of a zoomed out vantage point. Let's take that. This is just another angle. Oh, okay, in this angle, you can see the tarmac there. You can see even some planes still taxiing what appears to be, wow. I thought, we were under the impression that there is a ground stop. From what we understand, there is a ground stop right now at Reagan. But right now, look at all of that emergency response. So this is shaping up to be quite the breaking news story right now. Remember, information is very preliminary and is very scarce. And that's what happens during these very fluid breaking news situations. All we know, according to DC Fire, is that a small plane has confirmed crashed And we're also learning from Reagan Airport itself that all takeoffs and landings have been halted at DCA. They say emergency personnel are responding to an aircraft incident on the airfield, but the terminals remain open. So, right now, that is what I'm grappling with. It is the small plane crash on the tarmac, on the airfield, or in the Potomac. Okay, DC police saying this, that Metropolitan Police Department, they're responding to an apparent air crash in the Potomac River. They say multiple agencies are responding. Details to come. Okay, so there you have it. That answered my question of whether or not the crash took place on the airfield near the Potomac shore or in the Potomac itself. DC police saying the apparent air crash is in the Potomac River. And might I add, I'm not trying to compare stories by any means, but mere weeks ago, at about this very time, we were over a similar scene at the Arlington National Bridge that spans the Potomac of reports that a truck had collided with a car and plunged deep below into the Potomac. And we learned later that the driver and the passenger, they were brothers, perished from that very crash when their car submerged into the Potomac on a very snowy, blizzardy, wintry night here. So that was the last kind of transportation accident having to do with the Potomac River that we brought you here. On Live Now from Fox, of course, this is an entirely different situation because it does involve now a small aircraft. Another key piece of information that we'll be working to get you is whether or not this aircraft was landing at the time or taking off at the time. We don't know what type of aircraft it is. We don't know how many people were on board. We don't know either where it was going or where it was coming from. It's a flight manifest or flight itinerary. Like I said, we just got this about 5 minutes ago, and information is scarce. Details are preliminary at the moment, but I flew into Reagan in November, and you fly literally over the National Mall, over the Potomac, down into the tarmac. It's really right in the heart of Washington, if you're not familiar. But if you're just joining us, we're almost at the bottom of the hour. It's about 9:25 there in the nation's capital. And we just got these reports confirmed by DC Police, by DC Fire, and by Reagan Airport itself that an apparent air crash in the Potomac is what all of those emergency management vehicles are responding to right now. Let's zoom out. We have another vantage point here. Somewhat of a little blurrier vantage point, but you can see the major response nonetheless. Let's take our other shot. So take a look at that. This is a live picture right now. We're going to keep this up. We're working to get more information for you. Stand by. So as you can imagine, if you're a flyer at Reagan right now, everything has now ground to a halt. Yes, the terminal remains open, but no flights are taking off and no flights are landing there because of this incident. And I would imagine our 5-5 DC team will be getting on the ground very shortly. And we will probably have another vantage point to show you. But as of right now, those are the details we know. So as is customary with these aircraft crashes, the FAA usually investigates, as does the NTSB. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, but that is historically how these investigations go. If some of my producers can give me a sense of the weather conditions at the time there in Washington, you never know. That could always play a factor, as the investigations will no doubt begin into what may have caused this crash. But for fear of speculation, we won't get into the potential causes just yet. We'll wait for officials to tell us in their investigations. I would imagine a little bit later on there will be some type of on-camera press conference, either by DC Fire or DC Police. Like, again, don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, but that is how these breaking news situations go. All right, so some of my producers telling me weather conditions on the ground there in DC. Apparently there was some type of wind advisory in effect. But you can see in our shot right now as we approach 9:30 there in Washington, a pretty clear vantage point, pretty clear conditions right now at nighttime of this massive, massive response. So remember, we were just told that a small aircraft has crashed into the Potomac River near Reagan Airport in Washington, leading to a ground stop there at Reagan. Don't really know yet how long this ground stop is going to be in place, but I would imagine it is going to snarl air traffic for some time. I always say that based and due on the amount of emergency management vehicles we are seeing. We cover tarmac incidents here and there, but those do not necessitate usually a response as massive as that. So we are relying on our Fox 5 DC, what they call their Skycam, looking across the Potomac at what appears to be the very fringe of the tarmac there at Reagan. And they have yet another vantage point as well. Let's take that. Somewhat similarly across from the river itself, but a different angle, looking at Reagan. I'm keeping this up because I think it's a better angle. You get a sense of where and how close the terminal is with the planes parked there at the tarmac, at their gates, right behind. And you can see the flashing siren reflected in the Potomac, in the river below. Take a look at that. So, I want to set the scene here. If you're just joining us, we are at the bottom of the hour officially. And you can see that we are now over this breaking news situation as a small aircraft, according to DC Fire and DC Police, has crashed into the Potomac River near Reagan National Airport. According to DC Fire, they say fireboats are on the scene in the water. And so we're going to keep this shot up, and hopefully we will get a bit more information. This airport is, you're familiar with the DC area, or if you're not, it's about 5 miles from the White House. So it is, I'm not kidding, essentially in the heart of the nation's capital. When you fly into Reagan, you fly over the National Mall, you fly over the monuments, and you land there just on the shore of the Potomac, or off the shore, I should say. So wanted to get all of this in here. We're going to keep this up. Again, we're going to be in touch with our Fox 5 DC crews, Fox 5 team, if they presume that they are going to go down to the scene, get on the ground as close as they can. Remember, in situations like this, when news crews do the scene, authorities do keep them safe. You know, to keep them safe and to not interfere with the investigation, of course. No doubt will be underway very, very soon, but this is a very active scene right now. And unfortunately, we can't see the aircraft in question. So, and I don't want to speculate here, but presumably, if it has crashed into the Potomac,
The whole point of relativity is to say there's no such thing as right now. And that is doubly true to what's inside a black hole. And you might think, well, the galaxy is very big. It's really not. It's some tens of thousands of light years across. and billions of years old. So you don't need to move at a high fraction of the speed of light to fill the galaxy.
The number of worlds is
Very big.
very, very
Our
In the heart of a peaceful land, life flourished.
We're turning around some audio tape that we now have in our possession, and it is, let me just read to you what I have here. It is between Pat 25 and DCA Tower. It's the air traffic controllers who are apparently in conversations with the two aircraft as they are coming into this particular airspace. Obviously, Leland Bittert reported earlier to us that he learned that at the final approach, the American Airlines Flight 5342 was told to switch to a different runway, to runway 33, and the pilot said, we could do that. All right, we've got this audio. This is scanner audio of the air traffic controllers, so I'm just going to play it for you.
S25, it's PRJ in flight. S25, pass on is PRJ. This club has an aircraft in flight for separation. Separate. Come 472, Washington Tower, 1 star, 32017. 472. American 3130, go around, turn left end 250, climb maintain 3000.
So again, that was audio between Pat 25, and I'm sorry, I can't tell you what Pat 25 means, but the DCA Tower, I can certainly tell you, it's air traffic controllers, and I felt like I could discern some yelling in the background there.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C. I'm at Reagan National Airport. I am joined by United States Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, United States Senator Jim Moran, Senator Roger Marshall, Jack Potter, the CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. We are here to brief you on the very tragic events of this evening, where we know a passenger plane coming to the airport here collided with a military helicopter. Our fire department, DC Fire and EMS, supported by fire departments and police departments from across the Washington metropolitan region, are executing a rescue operation in the Potomac River. They are working diligently in very dark and cold conditions, cold water, to execute this rescue operation. We have had the opportunity to be briefed by American Airlines officials. I'm told that American Airlines leadership is on the way to Washington as well. And officials are in the airport talking to families now. We do have a 1-800 number where families should contact us, should contact American Airlines for more information, and we will be providing that information shortly. I am going to turn to a number of officials to provide as much information as we can this evening, and we expect to have more frequent briefings at daylight. So with that, I'm going to turn to Secretary Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. I think for all of us, we want to extend our thoughts and prayers to those individuals who were impacted by the events tonight. their families. We know this is a very difficult time for all of them. I want to join the mayor and everyone here too, extending our thank you to the first responders who, again, in very difficult situations and environments, are out there searching and attempting to rescue. Tonight, I spoke with President Trump and his team in the Situation Room. I had a conversation with Secretary Pete Hegseth as well, and then with the Kansas delegation and the mayor and others in leadership, as well as Governor Youngkin from Virginia and Governor Kelly from Kansas.
Hmm.